And my favorite class is the spy. 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 Gayband.com. 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 Com. Gayband.com. 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 Welcome to Team Fortress 2. After 9 years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait. And my favorite class is the spy. 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 Gayband.com. 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 Com. .com. Gayband.com. 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 Welcome to Team Fortress 2. After 9 years in development, hopefully it will have been worth the wait. And my favorite class is the spy. 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 Gayband.com. 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 Com. .com. Gayband.com. 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 gayband.com, 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 gayband.com.
In a world where corporate interests seek to divide humankind for their own nefarious purposes, where political forces pit brother against brother in the name of social progress, where friends betray each other over one divergent word or thought, one man seeks unity through a shared love of PC gaming. He raises his golden chalice, its brilliant radiance emanating far and wide, a beacon to all who would seek refuge from the ever-present insanity of social media. He stands against the tides of internet-based hostility and defiantly bellows, "No more." Having placed his stake in the ground, he now seeks to build a PC gaming community free of politics, trolls, and toxicity, because you deserve a little slice of digital heaven right here on Earth. Devout PC gaming evangelist, blessed leader of the congregation, and savior of digital souls, his name is Cardinal Zin.
Yo, what's up everybody? Hello. And happy Wednesday, my dudes. Today, I am back in the coding realm, chat. I have been in the coding realm for quite a bit now, recently these days. Last night I was up until about 6:30, 7 a.m. Working on code. But after 13 and a half-ish hours of straight code, basically, I was able to solve a problem, and I'd love to show you what that is. So let's see here. Let me pull this up and show you what I was able to achieve last night after many, many hours of work. Hope you're all having a great day, by the way. Thanks for being here early with me. Appreciate you. Let's see. Okay, so first things first, let's make it daytime so you can see something. All right, so here is my little test bed world that we've got, and basically you can I can spawn a dude in, right? Here's my little chicken. Okay, now when he hits me, okay, now I'm gonna go back into God mode. I'm gonna show you something. Okay. You'll see down here in the debug, Undead Chicken did 21.718513 damage to Cardinal Zin. Okay. So he did 21 damage. This is what Undead Chickens do. They do about 21 to 23-ish damage. Okay. So let's just keep that in mind for just a moment. All right. I'm just going to restart my code here. And we're going to go back in. Happy hump day. Oh, shit. All right, so here we go. Here's that same chicken. All right. Okay, so I let him hit me once. Okay, let's show the code here. And you'll see, chat, that Undead Chicken did 41.713596 damage to me now. So why is he doing plus 20 damage now? Because I'm adding it right here. And it's actually being accepted now. figuring out all the isms around this was insane. But basically right now what I have is a global modifier. So no matter what hits me, it does 20 more damage than what it normally does. So I thought that this could actually be kind of useful in the way that, like, what if I link this to like a hype train or like donations or something? Like the amount of damage, like it does X more damage to everybody for say 10 minutes, and then every minute it goes down by 5 or something, or 1 or whatever. And there's a way to track that on the screen. So that way, if you say, if you're like Surya and you're super amazing and you donate $100, then it would do plus 100 damage for every hit until it slowly ticks down. And there, I think it'll be interesting to keep a way that, like, if you donate a certain amount, it resets the clock before it starts to tick down again. Like, so I'm trying to, like, let me game this out here and try to play this out in my mind. Let's get a paint up. Okay. So basically you've got like person donates X dollars. Okay. This is like the scenario. Okay. All mobs get plus X damage for Y minutes. Okay. After Y minutes, the damage amount, the damage bonus, goes down by 1 every minute. Everyone will be running for their lives, right? Getting sniped by those flying bugs. Dude, those flying bugs are insane. You know what I think was gonna be really nasty, Trout? I want to make a horde of them that are like super small, because they're already a pain in the ass, and they're not necessarily hard to hit, but because they're pretty big. But imagine if they're a quarter of their normal size, they still hit you like normally. That's annoying, right? That's pretty annoying. So this is like a global damage bonus for donos, basically. So person donates dollars. You know, all of the mobs get plus X damage for Y minutes. After Y minutes, probably like, I don't know, what's reasonable? Like, because you got to think there's going to be a very slow fall off as well. So it seems like maybe, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Like you get the full thing for 10 minutes and then it goes down by 1 each minute. So like literally if you donated $100, you'd be getting like almost 2 hours of damage bonus. That seems pretty good bang for the buck because it's global. Like it's everyone. I don't know, maybe that's too much? Does that damage modifier change the thorny bush too? I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. I've never tried that. I believe that this is only for entities, but no, because a thorny bush is considered an environment thing. So I don't think it will. I've never tested for that. I don't know. Where can I find me a thorny bush? Can I plant one? Hold on. I mean, I have creative. I'm sure I can. Do you know what the name of the thing is? We can test this. Let's see here. Thorn? Is this it? Sand thorn? That stuff? Well, it's certainly not doing like 20 damage to the chicken there. Let's see. No, it's not. It's doing normal damage. Thank goodness. One less thing to deal with. So all of the environmental stuff should be the same. They all fall under the same category. So there. Cool beans. Must make flat. Must make the world flat. So, that's what I was able to get done last night. And so now the question is, can I clean it up a little bit? And also I want to be able to change it on the fly, right? So right now it's hard coded to a certain amount. I want it to basically pull a value from somewhere else regularly. So, and I'm not sure how I can do that. This is like a CS question more than a Hytale question, but I'm gonna try. So let me like pull up a quick browser window here. I'm just gonna ask how to reference a global variable from another class in Java. I think that's what I'm looking for. Declare the variable as public static. Well, I don't want it to be final. There's like a global data. Sure. Okay, so let's try this then. Let's go back to our IntelliJ. So we'll go to card commands. This is like all the setup here. So this is all run right at the beginning. So I think that I can put this in here. Public static int, and we call this like global entity damage modifier. I don't even know if I can do that in here. Make it not public. Oh, because this is a protected method. Hold on. Meaning it's private. There's a public class. I could probably put it in here somewhere as like an init. Used to increase damage for all mob attacks. What's up, SG? So like, for example, and this needs to be a float, actually. Float. Like if I do 100F, persistent. Persistent, there we go. That's right, deal with it, baby. And down here we put in global. Oh, hold on. Is that what it's called? Global entity damage modifier. So we have to import it. That's all. Okay. Defaults to 0. So this should be 0 by default, right? It's amazing they haven't made iPhones waterproof yet. You think for the money they try to charge for those damn things, several $1,000s, it'd be sophisticated enough to not have water damage as an issue anymore. Did you break your phone, man? Did you drop it in the toilet? Drop it in the shower? No. What makes you bring this topic up? Just random observation? So this right here, we're actually not gonna do this. Can we just like remove, is there a way to like just remove this? So we're just gonna remove that entity damage modifier. Well, hold on. No, we'll keep it because I might be able to do individuals still. Yeah, I'm gonna, so what I want to do is I really want to have like a hype train boss that I can give like a specific damage bonus to. Like make it do 100 more damage. You know? But the thing is, the way this works is not just like I go into that mob and then I say do 100 more damage. There's like a weird handler class where like the damage is all like calculated and exchanged, and like the properties of the damage is exchanged. Like, is it environmental? Is it entity damage? Is it, you know, from another player? All that stuff is all taken into consideration through that process. And it's very heavy, like to check every mob and say like, oh, is this mob one that has been spawned? And if so, or like rather, has this mob, does it match like a UUID of a mob that was spawned? Because if it does, and it's in that list, then it has to do, you know, then it has a map of additional damage, and we need to retrieve that and add that damage to the mob. Which is crazy. Like, that's crazy logic, and being able to store that shit, that's something that I need to be able to do, but, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But for right now, I'm just gonna make a separate command that increases entity, like global entity damage. Point is, oh, but when you walk in the cold into a phone in your pocket, it condensates and creates a moist layer on the phone, and then you can't access it while you're walking. Oh, that's shitty. Point is, money should equal quality, and for your standards, if something that fits in your hand still costs thousands of dollars, you have super high expectations, and you think everybody should. We need to hold these damn places accountable with our wallets. People need to stop being robots and continue buying the new damn phone every year. Well, if it makes you any happier, I haven't bought a new phone for like 5 years. Basically, since I went full-time doing this. I always try to keep my bills as low as humanly possible since starting content creation on a full-time basis. And so let's see here. Hold on. What's my phone? I'm curious. What to do, like system? Is that a thing on this? Settings. Let's see. I'm not very, as good as I am with computers, I'm not very good with phones. Let's see here. About phone. Here we go. I have a Galaxy S21 Plus 5G. That's what I have, chat. I don't know how many generations that's behind, but I feel like it's at least 5. That's kind of your point. People pay the exorbitant prices for Apple instead of getting a better product from a competitor. I refuse to buy Apple, period, because they're anti-right to repair and other business practices, right? They're on the S25 now. Okay, so that's 4. I heard that Samsung came out with a trifold phone and that they're already sold out. Like, that's how popular it was. Does anybody know anything about that? I think that's kind of cool. You know, assuming that the hinges don't break and the screen doesn't break. That'd be pretty sweet. Having a little phone that folds up to like something that's that thick and then you pull it out and it's like a tablet. That's pretty sweet. Okay. So basically we're going to keep this entity damage modifier. This is for individuals. That's for later. We're not dealing with that right now. But what we are going to do is we're going to make a brand new class that is a new command. And it's only going to take one argument. And that argument is going to be the amount of global damage. So we're going to, let's make a new class. New Java class. And we're going to call it KK Global Damage. What do we want to call this? Global Damage Modifier. Well, that's like a noun. We really need like a verb. So it's like KK modify global damage. Let's go with that. Modify global damage. Yes, we'll add it to Git. Yeah. And then down here. Okay, so we need to register this command. So register command KK modify entity damage. Sorry, global damage. Okay. And then it's going to be KK modify global damage. And then command to, this is the command to change global entity damage modifier. Example, KK modify global damage, and then it will just be percentage, and it will be global entity damage modifier, right? And that's it. You were 17 generations behind. Holy shit. You're using like a Nokia brick phone or like a Razor? Immediately regretted it because apparently an SD card slot isn't a basic feature anymore. Yeah. Wait, you needed double SIM card slots apparently? If you had your way, you'd still be using rotary phones. Honestly, I feel like the ubiquitous nature of having the internet in your hand causes a lot of problems in society. And we're gonna realize how big a problem it is later on. Sadly, I think that's how that's gonna go. So why is this giving me an issue? Yes. Global entity damage modifier, cardinals in. Did I put one too many parentheses? No. Why is this red? Expected no arguments, but found 2. Oh, hold up a sec. Hold on. KK modify global entity damage, right? That's what I called it. All right, so we got our execute down here. Let's just go down here. received args. Let's add that. Why is there a thing inside this? What? I don't understand. Hold on. Okay, so let's see here. Class. AK modify it, and then it extends. What the fuck is that extended? Abstract target player command. Abstract. You're hamstringing yourself by not having it if everyone else has it. You have no choice. Exactly. You went from an iPhone 6S to an iPhone 15 Pro. Almost got the 6S to last 10 generations. All right, Trout. We'll see you back in a bit, bud. Received args. There's a default arg string. We actually want this to be a default arg float, and it's gonna be the global entity damage modifier arg. Okay. And then down here we have this other business, and this is called KK modify. Yeah, global entity damage, string name, string description, super name and description. That's right. Gotta have permission. Set up our constructors with this weird situation that they have. So we call this global entity damage modifier arg with default arg. Again, global entity damage modifier. And this is going to be everyone is all up in arms about the Discord thing, but I think to the average person it makes sense what they're doing. I mean, that's the problem with things like that, man. It's like those policies, like they're done because like the normies out there will go, oh yeah, that makes sense, sure. And then meanwhile, it just strips more and more from us, you know, because the lowest common denominator amongst us doesn't see the danger, you know. Especially with a company that has a bad history of privacy invasion and also lacks security breaches, data breaches, you know. It's not good. And they say it's to protect kids, but let's be honest, dude. No matter what safeguard you put in place, if a kid wants to get around that process, they will. There is a way. There are already apps out there that are using like computer generated characters to get around it. You know? Makes sense. You need an ID if you're perceived to be too young or anything for like buying a beer or what have you. But this isn't buying a beer. This is just talking. Or looking at an image. You don't need an ID to go to Pornhub, do you? That's weird, isn't it? You have to say you're 18, but that's all you have to do. You should. I agree. That'd be great. But it's the same problem. And this is why it's the same problem. It's like, it just doesn't make any sense. Well, it's communication. You know, it's chatting, images, video, voice. It's all of those things. Oh yeah, tons, dude. But again, this isn't going to stop much of it. It might stop a very small percentage of it. And what you give up in return is not good. Right? They are. Absolutely. I agree. The other thing is, who is the arbiter of what is inappropriate? You know? And I think that's a very dangerous thing in the hands of a corporation. Because by blocking certain content, they steer their worldview. You know? You've not been a fan of anonymity of the net. You think it turns people into monsters. It can. It certainly can. You know, I think that, you know, like in South Korea, they tie your social security number basically to your internet profile. You know, that's not good. It's like, I get the purpose that it serves, but it's like, it's that old adage, man, right? Those who would trade freedom for security deserve neither. It's that. And it's ultimately what it comes down to is parents need to parent. That's what it is. Like, pay attention to what your kid does. I know when I was a kid, my mom was all up in my business. The computer, I could only use it in the kitchen. I had to use it in the kitchen. There was no like room, there was no door. It was like just the kitchen. That's the only place that you could use it. It was like on the backside of my mom's kitchen. And she would periodically come over and be like, hey, what are you up to? You know, checking in on me. Like, I'm just talking to, you know, best Ryan ever on AIM. Or ICQ, right? Society needs to give parents time to be parents. Agreed. Parents they're stretched too thin these days working for their corporate overlords. I agree, NERPs. But that's by design, I think. It's pretty messed up. The society we live in a society. That is what I will say. We live in a society. Okay, so where the hell was I? Global entity damage modifier. The player that... No, this isn't the player that activated the command. The amount... Ooh, the amount of additional... Well... The damage modifier amount to be added to base mob damage. I think. Strings, the default value is 0F. And then this one down here, what is this? Okay, so the default bonus, the default damage modifier amount is 0. Why is this yelling at me now? That's not a string, that's why. Not gloat, float. Not float loat, just float. There we go. All right. Silly IDE. All right, let's see here. Okay, so what's left? Not everyone will make the best decision. Oftentimes, it's the innocent people around them that feel the consequence, like a father that doesn't wear a helmet because maybe there's no law to do so. Well, now little Timmy age 5 and little Tommy age 6 have to live with their dad being a vegetable. I mean, I agree. There is always somebody that is going to live with the consequences of the actions of the people around them, and you have no control over that. For example, if your neighbor goes crazy and shoots a shotgun and it goes through their walls, it goes through yours and hurts you, you know, you have literally no control over that. There's nothing you can do to prevent that. There is just random bad shit that happens in this world every single day, and we can't like wring our hands over it every single moment of every single day. Now, I'm not above like trying our best to do things that I feel are substantive to help with this type of stuff, but I don't think this is it. I don't think this is going to do much. And again, I think the big fear for me with this is that Discord is such a ubiquitous platform these days that, again, whoever the driving force is, let's say, okay, I'm just going to call these ideology A and ideology B. Okay? Let's say you subscribe to ideology A and you think this is the best thing for the world, and you abhor ideology B because you can't stand it. Okay? But what happens on Discord is everything that has to do with ideology A is flagged as adult content or inappropriate for minors. And now minors grow up seeing only ideology B and become indoctrinated into ideology B. That's what this is, man. That's what this is. That's what I truly believe the purpose of this whole thing is. That's it. It's like, obviously, yes, there is. But that's just like a nice side bonus, you know? Like, oh, this is obviously like adult content. Like it's, you know, adult NSFW stuff. Yeah, like an 8-year-old shouldn't see that. I think we all agree with that, right? But the thing is, at that point, it's kind of like, okay, well, why is Discord allowing this on their platform? Does it need a place on this platform? Again, I'm not amongst, you know, like adults can do what they want to do, right? But does a company need to entertain that? And the reason is, the answer is yes, because they want that money. So that's really what it comes down. It's not about protecting the children. They want that money, right? They could very easily do. They could very easily do this. Just stop all NSFW content on the platform, period. Boom. Done. Everybody's safe. Everybody's safe. Nobody sees any pornography on Discord ever again. But why won't they do that? Because it's not about the kids. It's not about the kids at all. It's always a good scapegoat. We have to protect the children. Just as that content has its place as well, just not for kids. Sure. But I would argue, does it need to be on Discord? I have never once used Discord, aside from the Sexy Chairs channel, which is very sexy, by the way. I have never used Discord to consume adult content. You know? But being rated adult content isn't always... Right, that's the problem that I have, Trout. And again, it comes down to this ideology A versus ideology B. And if Discord wants ideology B to succeed in the world, then all they have to do is just say that ideology A is not appropriate for children. And now a vast majority of the kids that grow up using this tool are now going to subscribe to ideology B just because they are saturated in it all day. I mean, that's really, and that's ultimately what I think that this tool, or what they're trying to do with this. Because if there was a real concern about, you know, kids' safety and things like that, then I think they would pull back. They would pull back on that. The adult content, that is. I don't know. It's tough. Why not make I don't know, like a separate platform altogether for that type of thing? I guess I have no problem providing your ID. Well, wait until there's a data breach, dude, and people get your ID and then they're using it to like secure loans. I'm never giving Discord my ID. That happens anyways. I mean, it does, but the less you share your information, the less likely it is to happen, right? And what we're talking about Discord, we're talking about millions of users. What a honeypot for anybody who wants to breach their security protocols, you know, and get in there. Kind of like with Steam, you know, like I feel like Steam also is a really bad one, like in terms of credit card data. It's pretty nuts. What ifs and buts? Not ifs and buts, they just had a data breach in October. And this is a company that preys on your data. The prior CEO left because of how much data they were collecting on people. It's not good. It's really not good. I use Discord only because there's no other viable alternative that is as ubiquitous. And if there were, I would definitely use it. Like Gilded was the closest thing, I think, and it's not there. Discord isn't getting the ID. It's going through another entity that is already used by other companies. What's the company, bro? Certain groups call anything LGBT related porn or adult content. So where exactly does one draw the line on what isn't allowed? Right, exactly. So like if you have a drag queen, and they're not doing anything sexy, they're just a person in makeup, or a drag king or a drag queen, is that adult content? If they're not doing anything sexual, overtly sexual? Like, this is the thing. It's like, it's so hard to police this. So in my mind, it's like, you just don't, and you let parents do it. Well, I'm not gonna drive a car because some people get into crashes. Well, no, it's, I mean, sure. LGBT isn't inherently about sexual orientation. I mean, no, I'm just saying, like, it really, and again, it depends on your worldview too. Like, some people are like really anti-LGBT. Some people are pro-LGBT. And if they're blocking it or showing it, it's gonna piss off one group one way or another. And so the way that I see it is just like, let the parents parent. Don't treat adults like children where we have to provide you with our IDs. They said that they're going to infer. No, I know. But they said they're going to infer your age based on your behaviors and what you've done previously. Dude, that's a company that's collecting a lot of fucking data. If they can infer your age and make it so that you don't need to go through this process because they're like, oh, we know you're old. Because all the references that you cite all the time are old, you know, all this stuff. We don't need any of that. You don't need to go through any of that. You know, you're good. Well, again, they shouldn't. And it should be my choice whether or not I want to provide that. And I'm not going to. That's just me. Once you're on the net, your info's out there no matter what service you use. I mean, a lot of it is. And now with smart TVs, it really is. Smart TVs collect a lot of data too. It's pretty nuts. We basically live in a surveillance state, a 24/7 surveillance state. So, and it's really bizarre to me that like when it counts, like we still can't get it right. Like like look at this like Savannah Guthrie kidnapping thing with her mom or whatever. Like, did they catch the guy? Like, for real? Did they catch the guy yet? Or person? Person was detained for questioning, but they were released. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems weird that we can't find this stuff like when it really counts. I don't know, man. Sad. KID is the third-party company. KID. So this company is in Singapore. D&D Beyond uses it? You can't use D&D Beyond? Well, like, what in D&D Beyond are you not able to see until you verify your age? It's pretty insane. What am I creating? Zorbots, what's up, man? Today I am creating some additional server commands is what I'm working on. I mean, this is what I think, SG. No matter how much we hem and haw about it, Discord is just going to do what they do. And we just have to eat the shit if we disagree with their decision, no matter what it is. Because there's no alternative right now. It is what it is. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Only time I want to give you my ID is when I'm buying cigarettes, beer, voting. That's it. Okay? That's the only time I want to have to show my ID. Let's see here. You think there will be less mental health issues for kids, though? Do you? Not even when you're being pulled over? Well, sure. I mean, you have to verify your... of course, you have to verify to the government who you are at some time. If they can limit that in any way at all, I mean, that would be great. I would love that. I mean, if that is a byproduct of this, that's a win. But I don't... That's why they say they're doing it, SG. But I think you have to look beyond what the very limited impact of that is going to be. Dude, I mean, think about it this way. SG. Were you one of the people, you're a little younger than me. Did you have a laptop in middle school? Were you one of those? No. Okay, well, I know like a while after these kids got laptops in the middle school, right? And they had programs that shut them down from being able to use other programs. They circumvent them all the time. And they show other kids how to do it. And before you know it, it literally has zero efficacy. It's like, it might stop a few. I'm not saying it won't stop any. Right? But yeah. They say they're just verifying and then deleting, but they did leak 70,000 plus last time they did it for the UK and Australia. That's what I'm saying. And now Leotian, I guess Trout was saying that it's a third party that's doing it now. So just give up then? No, that's not necessarily what I'm saying. How about like just better moderation? Like if you notice that if they have all this data that they can infer somebody's age, and they can infer that this is a child, and they can infer that the person that's talking with them and trying to like skis on them is an adult, well then maybe there should be some authorities involved with that at that point. But they don't want to go through all that trouble. They just want to take the ID and be done with it. You know? Also, let's not forget that I think another side effect of why, or another reason that they want this ID is because they want to verify for their IPO that's coming up the ages of their user base. They want to show the investors that they have a very young user base, which to them equals money, because young people aren't close to dying and they can be lifelong customers. It's just another win for Discord. You know? But again, it's the timing, SG. It's like, why now? Because the IPO's in March. Right after they do this. It's like, wow, that's really weird timing. Again, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist here, but like, let's just... Corporations don't do things out of the goodness of their heart, man. Not these days. Maybe Newman's Own. Other than that, maybe not so many. Maybe, but I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I guess. Yeah, the new CEO is an investor / ex-VP at Blizzard, but he was in banking before that. Oh, I see. Accept the win. Sure, I can accept the win, but I'm not giving them my ID. 0. If they ask me to do it, I refuse. That's it. I don't know how it's going to impact my Discord usage, but I hope that I can still continue to do what I do. Like, dude, I don't even give my, like, you know, when you go in, they're like, hey, can we get your phone number for, you know, I'm like, no, you can't. Like, I once went into a place and they're like, okay, what's your phone number? And I was like, why do you need that? They're like, oh, it's just standard process. I'm like, I'm not giving you my phone number. Like, straight up, like, I'm not, no, you're not going to monetize me. You, bro, you know, like, that's not happening. I do it with everybody. I feel like I'm pretty good with it in some cases, but I use things that I have to use. Discord, I have to use it as a content creator. I have to use it, you know? There are hundreds and hundreds of hours of my face out on the internet. If Discord really needs it, it's out there. They know that I'm old, right? You give them Jenny's number. Yeah, there's an entire movement of people canceling Nitro now. Will it really look good to investors? I don't know. Last thing you'll say, but there was a lot different mentality when it came to COVID and vaccinations. I agree. I agree. And you know what? I worked for a company that, despite the fact that I worked 100% from home, still mandated a vaccination. And it's kind of like, well, why? Like, I'm not saying it wasn't a good thing to do, okay? But why on earth should a corporation force you to take a vaccination if you don't even work around other people? Like, you're just working from home. Like, that's crazy to me. I don't know. That's my hot political take for the day. Yeah, I mean, I think authoritarianism in all forms is bad. Period. You can say, you know, it's for this, it's for that. I think it's bad. You know? Whatever the cause du jour is, it ain't worth it. Because that freedom never comes back, man. And the more that you see this happening, the more ubiquitous it's going to become. Soon enough, it will be like, to use Google Chrome, you have to log into a Google account. And to log into a Google account and view, you know, adult content, which could simply be political content that they don't want you to see by default, you have to provide an ID. I think that's abhorrent. But that's where the world is heading. No, I mean, again, I agree, SG. Again, I think both cases are bad. Authoritarianism is bad. Last thing that you'll say, yeah, exactly. And again, I don't know what the outcome is going to be with all this. They might roll back some of this after they see the backlash. I mean, people are really mad about this. A lot of people are very mad about it. And people, I mean, literally, did you see the Google Trends on this? Google Trends. Hold on. Discord alternatives. Let's see here. In the past week, this is what it looks like. And these are, I'm assuming, millions of searches. Yes, they are. Okay, so as of Monday the 9th, when they released this information, through Tuesday the 10th, it went from 90 million to 100 million searches. So they have 100 million users that are actually seriously considering ditching Discord. Let's see here. There was another search to alternatives to Discord. Let's see what that one was. That one wasn't nearly as much. It was 85, 86, actually 86 to 100. Same time frame, like the middle of the 9th through the early part of the 10th. And it's slowly come down over time. But I think people are realizing there isn't an alternative. You know, it sucks. And this is why it's dangerous to have like essentially only one team in the game, so to speak. You gotta have some options, right? Okay, let's get back to freaking code. What was I doing here? We got all this stuff. Thank you for the stimulating conversation, by the way. I appreciate your point of view. I don't think that it's wrong. I think that everybody's entitled to their point of view. And I think everybody wants what's best for society. We all have different roads of getting to that destination, though. Right? So I don't, whenever anybody like has a political opinion that is different from mine, I don't like villainize it and say, oh, you're terrible. I just think that they have a different route that they see this going. You know what I mean? And that's me giving humanity the benefit of the doubt, I suppose. Because I think some people, they don't have the best intentions, you know? But that's not anybody in this community. I love you all. And we can agree. I hope that we can, at this point, when we do bring these topics up on the rare occasion that we do, we can agree to disagree and move on like adults. Like, politics is like assholes. Everybody has one, and they all smell. They all stink, okay? So, it is what it is. That said, let's see here. I'm trying to add a new command. KK modify global damage. Oh, global entity damage. Entity damage, there it is. That should be good, right? Do you know if Mine Colonies is work on a mod for Hytale? I do not know that. I know Nerps here is a big fan of Mine Colonies, right? Right, Nerps, if you're still out there? Do you know if they're making, if they're porting it to Hytale? Or trying to? Abstract target player command. Abstract target player command. Yo, SG, thank you for the gifted sub to Zorbots. Wow. Thank you, dude. And again, I want to just say, SG, I know your heart is in the right place on this. And I think we all agree if there could be like less child exploitation, less child abuse, less child or like CSAM and all that stuff, the world would be a much better place. I think we all agree. And if you don't agree, well, get the all right. Pretty accepting on a lot of things, but not on that, okay? Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Nerps, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 2 subs, thank you. Put some hype in the chat. Hype, 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 hype. Thank you, man. I've got one very serious question for you, though, SG, before you run away, okay? Are you ready? Got any gum? That's it. That's all I got for you. All right, so this is supposed to be registered. KK modify, oh, global entity damage. Sorry, my bad. Entity damage. Why is this still saying it must be declared abstract or implement abstract method execute? Oh yeah, we're gonna do execute here in a second. So we've done our little constructor business stuff, and now we do execute. Right? Now, I don't think that's inside this. Is that inside this? I'm not sure. Hold on. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, it's not. It's separate. Okay. So let's go down here. That actually took care of it for me. Okay, cool. If there was a breach and somebody fumbled with your identity, you just sue. You have a decent lawyer. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Get ready to get. All right. See damage fire. Basically, we're just changing this. All we're doing. So this equals so it defaults to 0. Global entity damage modifier. Thing is, this is called the exact same thing. So we have to call this something different. We do have arg. Guess we could we literally call it that? Will that be okay? We default to 0. Maybe down here we can say passed, like it's been passed through. Oh, this is how we get it right here. Okay. Duh. Read argument values. So we're gonna read this. Call this past global entity damage modifier, and then global entity damage modifier .arg .get command context. This is a float, not a string. And then this is equal to this. Right? That should be it. That should be it. So we should be able to go in now and type in a command to change this. All right, so let's try this. Let me just copy this. Stop this. We're gonna save. Okay, let's give it a shot, chat. Let's see if we can make this do what we want it to do. Build failed. Uh-oh, that's not good. What happened? Java card commands.java 7 line 7. Oh. Okay, so by default, there should be 0 additional damage that is being done. Dude, next day you have off. You got to come over. We got to watch Night of the Seven Kingdoms. There's only going to be 6 episodes total. And they are only 30 minutes each. There's only going to be 6 episodes total. For realsies? Wouldn't take long is what you're getting at. Got you. Like 3 hours. Right? Like 3 hours, basically. It's like a Lord of the Rings. Sir Duncan the Tall. Or something like that, right? Isn't that his name? Okay. So let's do this. Let's make it daytime, first of all. So we would do like this. KK... modify global entity damage, and then we put in like let's put in so they normally do 21 to 23 damage. Let's put in like 47 damage. So it should be like 47F dash dash and what are we calling that again? Global entity damage modifier. Okay, hold on. Global entity damage modifier. Let's see, it might tell me that I need a global entity damage modifier. Oh, I need the player. And then the who authorizes such a thing. It is me, Cardinal Zin. Expected 0. Wait, the wrong number of required arguments was specified. KK modify global entity damage. Global entity damage modifier. Oh, I had to do it after. I'm dumb. 47F. There it is. Okay. So we should have just added 47 damage to everything that attacks us. So I'm just going to spawn an undead chicken, which should do about 21 damage, and see. Okay, so this should do about 69-ish damage. Anywhere from like, yeah. And as you can see here, chat, there it is. Undead chicken did 70.787 blah 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 damage. So it's working. So now we can get in here and we can just go, okay, instead, why don't we put it back to 0F? Okay. Let them attack again. What's up, Gregory? Welcome on in, buddy. And you'll see now, if I show you the debug window here, we get 21 damage. So that is absolutely working on a global basis. Now we can change it on the fly whenever we want. Trying to hype up Card to watch Night of the Seven. Dude, no, I'm in. Okay, let's put it this way. I am very interested in it. I think it would be really awesome to see. I'm just it's like there is a person in the middle of the ocean that's doing a doggy paddle to stay afloat. And you say, "Hey man, want to watch some Netflix?" It's like, "I'm busy right now." It's kind of like that. I would love to watch some Netflix, but currently it be like that. Yeah, I'm really pounding my skull on the wall here, trying to get all this stuff up and running as fast as possible. Because every day that I don't is a day that is not good for my long-term presence on this platform. So, okay. We have the spawn. We have the global entity damage is working. Okay. What else is there that we need to do? Can I make it so... Let's see here. With donations, can I get that data back? So I wonder if I can make it so that it's additive, so that when it adds the... So that way, instead of needing to like find out how much damage is being added, like let's say somebody does like a $15 donation. That triggers this global damage thing. I'll help. And by help, I mean hire someone to do it for you. It's like how good the first 3 seasons of Game of Thrones was, bro. Really back to form. Awesome characters, great plot. That's awesome. I've heard nothing but good things actually about that so far. Like in my just passing by like videos on YouTube, I always see thumbnails about how like Night of the Seven Kingdoms is really good. Like this is a return to what chivalry is about and like what knighthood and like hero's journey is about. And it's not like drowning in the quagmire of political machinations and, you know, like the intrigue and like big overarching you know, political powers and storylines about those political powers and those vying for power. It's more like small scale, smaller stakes, you know. That's what I've heard. That's about as much I know about it. Even some drunk guy really likes this. Critical drinker. Is this like a YouTube guy or something? YouTube pundit? Oh wow. I don't know him. I'm sorry. Who is this? Not a YouTube guy? I don't know. You never heard of him? Sounds familiar? I mean, I don't know. Wait. Hold on a second. Is that the guy with the accent? Hold on. He has a tagline. I know this. Hold on. That's the guy that goes like, go away now. that guy? Yeah, exactly. Okay. I know that. I didn't know him by name, but yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know that guy. I know that guy. I know of that guy. So you're saying he likes it. So he hardly likes anything. Got you. I see. So you're saying this guy hates everything and even he likes it. So it's got to be good. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. So Gregory, how are you, man? It's part of the Fire and Ice world. It is part of the George R.R. Martin craziness. Yeah. It's like a prequel to Game of Thrones about like Edge Knight. Right? I think that's the best way to put it. So now I can do this. Gregory, what do you think about this, buddy? Are you ready? Can you read this? Can you see it? So imagine a $100 dono like yesterday with Surya. $100 donation. All mobs get plus 100 damage for Y minutes. Which I think will be a short amount, like 10 or 15. And then it will go down every minute. Depends on the levels. So then it just goes down. It just like deteriorates over time. I might do a thing where an additional donation of at least X amount of dollars like freezes it for another X amount of minutes or something before it starts to degrade further. But I need to get it on the screen too. That's gonna be hella rough. Yeah, it could be. I might cap it at some certain reasonable amount. Probably, I don't know, maybe like 50 damage. I don't know. Right now it's like mobs can do 20 damage since players only have about 160-ish health. Yeah, it's like every mob is now a what do you call it, like one of those zombie aberrants. Yeah, 2-hit kill basically. Yeah, I gotta see what makes sense. And again, it needs to be something that's like reasonable for the donation. So I'm thinking like a cap of like anywhere from 30 to 50 would be best. Which means that the mobs that already hit hard will all be one-hit kills. Correct. Correct. So it's a matter of like, how long can we allow this to continue after it has happened before it gets to be like, that's just insanely difficult, right? Oh, hi, bud. Hello. Good boy. Crazy man. He's been a strange little guy these last few days. Okay? Having a nap? Okay. Cool. So, yeah, I think this is a thing that I want to do. I just don't know how I want to do this. All mobs get plus X damage for Y minutes, capped at Z damage. And then every Y minutes, it's probably every 1 minute. Every minute. every minute the damage bonus goes down by 1. Or after, let's say, after 5 minutes at full strength, the damage bonus goes down by 1 every minute. So basically, there's like this 5-minute window where like everybody's incentivized to spawn as much as they can, right? Because they're gonna get that full damage bonus. And then after every minute, it goes down by 1, right? What do you think about the damage buff being something like in the middle, like X divided by 2? It'd still spawn the hell out of buff the hell out of mobs. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like it should be capped at like Z. You know, like there should be like a reasonable cap. Like I'm thinking somewhere in the 30 to 50 range. Like I don't want like normal little teeny weeny mobs like the undead chicken to be able to one-shot you, right? If you cap the damage, you need to make sure the event doesn't end with the mobs at reduced damage instead of default. If I cap the damage, so I'll be setting the damage explicitly every minute. There will be, nobody will be below default because when this thing is done, it will be down at 0F. So a float of 0. And that means there's no bonus. It's just the base damage. So it will never go below that. There will be a loop that occurs that says, you know, every so many minutes, this goes down. Let's see here. So global damage bonus, you donate an amount. All the mobs get that much damage for so many minutes. Yeah, we'll say capped at 50. So for the next 1 hour and 40 minutes, that $100 dono will buff all mobs, gradually reduce. No, so like, let's say you did a $100 dono, it's still only 50 damage. So 5 minutes goes by, and then it goes down to 49. And then another minute goes by and it's 48. And then another minute goes by and it's 47. And it slowly just drops. And this is still a question mark. It still might be too high. 30 might be even more appropriate, actually. But we'll see. All mobs get that. So 30. So how long would this last at 50? So if somebody does a $50 dono, okay, you're talking about 5 minutes plus 50 minutes. So 55 minutes for $50. That's probably too long. I think that's probably too long. So we adjust maybe 35, capped at 35. So we start with 5 minutes and then you get an additional 35. So 40 minutes total. No, let's do this. Let's do 25. So the cap is 25. That means that the maximum global damage bonus donation is within range for most donors too. $25 donation is it's a pretty regular amount that people donate here. So for $25, you get five minutes plus 25. So you get 30 minutes of higher damage. And it's not like so insane that it's going to murderize you instantly. 25 plus like an undead chicken is about 45. So they still have to hit you like 4 times probably to kill you. 3 to 4 times. Let's see. Now, the cool thing would be like, while in effect, mobs drop card coins. This would be like my ideal, but I don't know how to do this yet. So it's like future state. And then players can use card coins to buy cool things from an NPC in the church. Right? Damage is equal to X divided by 2, and damage is reduced by 2 every minute. That could be fun. X divided by 2. It is a float, so I could do that. So like 12.5 wouldn't be a problem, you know. But you got to think about it. There will be people who, if there is no cap, they will go ham just to be trolls. So it'll be like, oh, how about 400? It's like, wait, what do you mean? How about 400? Yeah, 400. We'll start with 5 minutes at 400. And then for the next 400 minutes, you have to deal with insane ultra damage. It's like, bro, even if it was every 2 minutes, like 200 minutes of, you know, 100 of those minutes are going to be over 200 plus damage. Those are all one shots. You just get one shot everywhere you go. That's not necessarily the goal. So there does need to be a cap. There absolutely has to be a cap. Yeah, but that also means you just earned $400. Yeah, I mean, I get that, and that's nice, but again, I do believe in some sort of balance. I know that you probably don't think so, but if getting $400 means that for the next literal, like, what would it be, like 6 hours? Or even at the half, 3 hours, you're gonna get, you know, over 3 hours, you're gonna get one shot, basically. Yeah, I don't know. That's not a good experience for anybody. But I do like this. You know, this is a thing that I think if this could be in effect and you can get cool things, let's say there's gear that I have specifically made that you can only get from that vendor. There is no other way to get it. You have to buy it from the vendor. It's the only way to get it. Okay? Then people don't care about getting one shot because they want a chance at the card coins. Give me those card coins. I want those card coins. You know what I mean? Capped at 30 minutes, 30 damage. I mean, I think 25 is fine. 25 damage is fine. I have no problem with that. 25 damage, you get 5 minutes plus 25. 30 minutes for 25 damage. Goes down by 1 every minute. After 5 minutes. How am I gonna track this? I don't know anything about how Hytale does like time, like how it tracks time, and like if the game goes offline, does that, I don't know. Also, then I really would want, like, I would want the game to communicate with my OBS so that I can show the damage bonus on the screen. You're not sure if buffs and debuffs get saved through the server going down. This will. This will. It should. If it doesn't, actually, you know what? That's a good point. Let's just try it. Hold on a second. Let's set, this might be different because I'm compiling the whole thing too. But let's try this. So global entity damage modifier. Let's give him 100. Hold on. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. So we're gonna give him 100 extra damage. Okay. That was accepted. And so now, if I get hit, ow! That really hurt, right? Okay. So now I'm gonna stop the server. Wait, why does it say the server stopped? Wait, hold on a second. It says the server stopped right now, and it's not. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. So let's stop the server. Okay. And I'm going to just start the server, not recompiling. Not recompiling, just restarting the server. You're going to go test food on your solo game real quick. Well, it's not, this isn't the same system. Like, I don't go through the buff system at all. Like, I have my own methods by which I'm doing this. And none of it has anything to do with the buff system. Okay. Okay. So here I am. This should still be doing 100 damage. Let's see. No. So after a reset, it does not keep it. Okay, that's fine. I'm sure I can find a way around that. Let's see. Oh, I know why. Yeah, because there's this right here that sets it to 0. I wonder, can I just like, can I just initialize it instead? This might change it. Okay, hold on. Let's recompile. Okay. This might change it. I think what was happening is it was getting reset to 0 because of this initialization script that I had. So let's try. All right, I got to do the same thing again. Set everybody to 100. Go make sure it's working. Okay, that worked just fine. Log out. Stop the server. Start the server. Nope. So it really does just drop that out of memory as soon as it restarts. I don't know if there's a way to make it persistent. That's actually one of the things that I want to look at today is persistence and storing data that I want to store somewhere else and then restoring it. So it's like storing data, recalling data, deleting data. Because ideally what I want to be able to do is when I spawn in a monster, I want to say this specific monster gets X plus X damage. Okay. This specific monster gets plus X damage and nobody else does. Just the one guy because it's a hype train boss or something. Right? I don't want to do it globally. Although I guess we could. Like if we're in the arena, like you could do it globally. You know? At that point, but I'd have to turn off card commands because people would just spawn more in and they'd all have that bonus. But the ideal thing would be when you spawn in a monster, I'm grabbing a unique identifier, the UUID, and I'm saying, okay, this undead chicken is UUID 12345, and I have assigned to it plus 20 damage, and that's a map of this UUID to damage. And then when the attacks occur, I look to see this mob, the UUID of this mob, is it in that map? Like loop through every entity in that map. If it is, then do that additional damage. If it is not, then just do damage as normal. And I would also need to add a thing that says that when a mob is killed, if it is in that map, that entire map line is removed. The UUID of 12345 and the fact that it does 10 additional damage, that has to go away because Otherwise, the map is just going to grow. And every time anybody hits anything, it's going to have to cycle through a for loop for all those entities. And it's going to be very performance draining. You know? It's like a weekend at House's mom's house. Okay? Feeling very drained. You ever see Bram Stoker's Dracula? It's like Jonathan Harker when he leaves the castle. Okay? Not looking his best, okay? All right, so make it daytime again. All right, so that is not persistent. Okay, so let's just make a note. What do we want to achieve? So when a mob is spawned, grab the UUID and the entity damage modifier. UUID should be, I believe it's an int. It might be a string though. I'm not sure. Int or string of UUID and the float of entity damage modifier, and add them to a spawned mobs. Well, I should say, how do we want to do that? Spawned mobs map. When damage is dealt, loop through the map and determine if the current attacking mob has a UUID that appears in any map, any line of the map. If it does, adjust the damage from the UUID to damage entity damage modifier map. Adjust the damage of the strike, of the individual strike. Because that's how this game works, chat. Like, anytime that you're altering damage, it's literally done on a per strike basis. I can't just say, like, hey, the skeleton does 8 more damage. No. It's every time that an attack occurs, I need to see if that skeleton is doing that additional damage. So if it is on the map, if the striking enemy is in the UUID to entity damage modifier map, adjust the damage of the individual from the UUID map. Then for garbage collection, garbage, when any entity dies, check to see if the UUID of the dying mob is in the map. The UUID to entity damage modifier map. If so, remove from the map. We don't want it to get big.
And then that way, in this way, Gregory, I do believe if we store it this way, and it's stored in the map, as long as that map is persistent data somewhere, then I don't believe that we will lose it in between reboots. So like, for example, let's say we're fighting a hype train boss that does like plus 100 damage and it's just a beast, right? Suddenly we all get disconnected because the server crashes or whatever. When we log back in, that should still be doing 100 plus damage, right? Or plus 100 damage. Because that's the way it should work. I mean, it wouldn't, obviously, just because the server restarted, you know, it shouldn't change, right? So, and again, it shouldn't, as long as that persistent map, that UUID to entity damage modifier map, as long as that stays persistent across, you know, resets or restarts, we should be okay. Yeah, food doesn't last over a server reset. Got you. So, in that case, you know, maybe our first order of business is trying to save that global modifier in a persistent place and then recalling it after a server restart. So if we set it to 100, when we come back, it should be plus 100, that global, right? That shouldn't change. So let's start learning about persistent data, chat, because I don't know anything about how this is done. Typically, you know, for persistent data stuff, when I do things with like my bots and stuff, I just save information in text files. I just write shit to text files. So let's see here. Persistent. Okay, actually, you know what? Let's ask an AI. Let's get an idea. In Hytale, how do I store persistent data for my mod? How could you? Excuse me. I've hit my limit, apparently. Okay, hold on. We'll ask out here. To store persistent data for your mod in Hytale, you use the ECS by creating a custom component. This approach ensures that data is saved and loaded automatically with the player across sessions. Well, it's not really like... It's not like the player that I want it to be on. You know what I mean? Yay, you're horizontal on YouTube. I can watch on TV. That's right. I am horizontal while I'm doing code. Because you know how annoying it would be to have like this? And like there's this much of a screen for the code. You only get this. Like literally you get no context at all. It would be terrible. What's up, WeatherWolf? I hope you're feeling okay. I know today probably wasn't an easy day. Was it a molar? Because that just sucks if that's the case. Okay. Regardless, I hope you feel better. Heal quickly. And don't get a dry socket, okay? No, top front tooth. Just to the right of the front two. So right here. Oof. That's terrible news. Will you be getting like an implant, you think? So actually, it's really funny that you say that. My stepdad, I told you about my stepdad, like he got the crap beat out of him when he was in the Marines. And it was a case of mistaken identity. And he got a discharge because of it. Like an honorable medical discharge. I think I've told this story before. But basically, he got the crap beat out of him when he was in, he was actually in Japan. Got the crap beat out of him. And
it was just a case of mistaken identity, like literally, in a low light bar, and yeah, just wrong place, wrong time, which sucks. But yeah, he lost a bunch of his teeth because of that assault. So he lost, like, I think he has a four tooth bridge, I think. You have a headache at the moment, but the pain from the tooth is manageable. I actually wonder, do you think that your dental stuff could be contributing to your headaches? Do you think that that could be a factor? Yeah, it was pretty crazy for him. Like, it was a bad time for him for sure. I need to go to the Hytale modding guide. This is really funny. Store persistent data. And then if I change the URL to persistent data, it pops up. Like the link actually misspelled persistent incorrectly. And yeah, you think it is? Yeah, I hope it helps. That'll be great. I mean, even if it means like one less headache a week, that'd be really good. All right, so I'm gonna read this to you while I'm reading it so that you're not like left out there wondering what the hell I'm doing. But right now what we're trying to do is we are trying to learn how to store persistent data across sessions. And the first thing that I'm going to try to save is this global entity damage modifier. So that way, if somebody donates and puts the damage up on the mobs as it's ticking down slowly over time, if we get disconnected or the server has to restart at 8 o'clock like it normally does, that we don't lose that I don't have to manually reset it, right? Okay. No dry sockets on the other extraction, so you're hoping for the same result with this one. Nice. I hope it works out. Yeah, that's not fun. Like, tooth pain's the worst. Like, I had 7 teeth removed at one time in one sitting. They put me under, and I had 3 wisdom teeth removed, extracted, like cut and pulled out, like broken up and pulled out because they were impacted. And then I had 4 molars pulled out because my teeth were my mouth was just so crowded. All right. Storing persistent data on the player. Well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to store it on the player. Hold on a second. Store persistent data on the server. Hytale. Custom persistent data. For plugins or mods, use player config data or register custom components via the entity store to persist player-specific data. Again, I'm not trying to do player-specific data. You dirty son of a... They've been able to pull your teeth without cutting. Good. General anesthesia, just Novocaine. That's also good because getting put out sucks. Persistent data. Okay, this might have a little hint here. It looks like this just organizes and stores a lot of the data into useful data models and also has versioning, however that works. Now I'm seeing there's a serialized and deserialized function in component registry, which seems to be what I'm looking for, though I'd want to strip the non-persistent components unless it already does that. The trick is now, can I store that BSON document that generates in a codec? Might need to store it externally. Oh, hey, codec.bson document exists. Sick. It looks like you figured it out yourself, but yeah, the data class is just a storage system for the store, which shifts around as archetypes come and go. Someone already pointed out, if you grab an entity's holder, you can just add that holder as a new entity and it will duplicate all of its components. Not sure off the top of my head if holder includes non-serialized components. Yeah, my goal was to store the entity data in a component, so the serialized components would get saved. Got it working successfully, just copying wouldn't quite work, since I wanted to be possible for the entity to be fully inactive / in data, then can be summoned again. I mean, that makes sense. Like, if they're doing like, if they are doing a thing where they are trying to like a Pokeball, right? You throw the ball, oh, there's your Pokemon, oh, now it's back in the ball, right? Like, they want it to just go away, basically. So that's probably what this person is working on, or something similar. Admiral says, purr and good luck. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lurk and feel better. Feel better. So this is really interesting. Oof. You want the player store, not world store. Ah, never mind. Looks good. Blah, blah, blah. Almost giving up on this codec and just switching to JSON. Let's see here. From this is crazy. Codecs are quite limited. I was only able to use them for primitive types.
well, that covers me. Considering switching to MySQL, what the hell? The amount of boilerplate needed to make a component is insane, IMO. Codecs are quite limited. I was only able to use them for primitive types. I haven't found how to store a transform, so I store each coordinate. X, Y, Z, pitch, roll, yaw. Wow, that's crazy. I think that's the ideal choice. Also, you can use the transform.codec if you're creating a new one. Yikes, bro. That looks insane. Validators and all this shit that I have no idea about. It's so crazy. I guess I can ask this person. No. Actually, I can show you some stuff. Check this out. Of rage. I'm still alive. Scurries off into the darkness. House, thank you very much, man. Thank you very much for the 68-month resub.
Lord Gay Ben. House_0F_rage just subscribed and has a message for Zin. Im still alive. Scurries off into the darkness.
Okay, so all right. Well, let me show you what I've been able to do, eh? Let me show you something. All right. Here we go. So let's spawn in a... Actually, let's do this first of all. So right here, I'm changing the modifier to... The damage modifier to 100. 100 additional damage. Okay. So we'll just do that. And then I'll spawn in a dude. Okay. When he hits me, you'll notice it did a crap ton of damage. And if you didn't notice, oh, hold on a second. Oh, never mind. Hold on. My debug's not running because I just stopped and restarted the server a couple times from this. Hold on. Let me just recompile and run it so that you can see the debug in here. But basically, it's working, okay? It's working, but it's not persistent. Deploy failed because the server's not stopped. Stop. Would it be better to have damage scaling instead of just adding a hard-coded number? For my purposes, no. Because I'm looking to link it directly to like a donation. You can do a multiplier. You can do whatever you want. You can. Right now I'm just doing it additive, but you can do it multiplicative if you want to. Just a matter of one little change in the code. So for my purposes, what I'm looking to do is this. So global damage bonus for donos. A person donates X dollars and all mobs get plus X damage up to a maximum of 25 additional damage. After 5 minutes at full strength, the damage bonus goes down by 1 for every minute. In the future, while this damage bonus is in effect, the mobs that are out there will drop card coins. And they'll be basically whatever bonus damage they do, I think that's the amount of coins that they need to drop. So that way, when you fight hard things, there's a reason to fight the hard guys instead of just waiting until like 1 minute left where there's one bonus damage, then going killing all the guys. There needs to be a reason, right? And then players can use those card coins to buy cool things from an NPC in the church. Things that you can't get anywhere else. Maybe like a cool sword or maybe like a Cardinal Zin hat, you know, or something like that. And that way it drives investment in the stream. People who are on the server aren't feeling like it just sucks. There's an actual bonus for them. They're like, yeah, do it. Do the thing. Let's go. I need some card coins. Right? Yeah, it's a static number and that's fine. I have no problem with that. Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. Like a rat, like the little pigeon guy, he does 20. Like the little undead chicken. He does like 20. You add 25 to it. Now he's doing 45. Yeah, that's cool. And I want to have a display on the screen like all mobs plus 25 damage. And again, for those first 5 minutes, it also reinforces people to use more commands, right? Like they use more commands because they're like, oh, this is like the bonus is good right now. Let's go. More commands, more commands, more commands. And then that way they can get more card coins as well. Yeah, I think it's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool the way that would work. Is there a concern about the scaling? Sure. I mean, I think that you have a very valid point about, do you want the little guys to do just as much as the big guys? It really, what it does is it takes the current range of damage and basically that range is just gonna be crushed. Because now all those guys on the bottom get raised way, way up, right? So the actual range, even though it's all globally higher, the width of that range is gonna be a lot smaller, right? I would think. Actually, that's not how that will work at all, but that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it bothers me that much though. Like I'm thinking about the one thing that I'm concerned about is like the big guys. Like if you give them like high scale, that could be crazy. But right now what I'm trying to do is that one float, which is just like a global float. I think that's part of the fun. Is that they're just like, you can have like a little guy that's just like, they're so nasty now, right? But I think the nice part is that when these mobs die, the spawned in mobs, well actually it should be really any mob at that point. I feel like there needs to be you need to get card coins or something, right? Definitely only spam little guys then. Yeah, you could I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I guess then, like, what is the... So if you can just spam a bunch of little guys that do a bunch of extra damage, then what is the impetus to do the bigger guys? I get what you're saying here. And is that a problem? I mean, ideally, you want people to be incentivized to do the big stuff, right? But the thing is, you can't like, all right, well, the mobs are capped at a 1.08% damage multiplier. That's not as sexy. Like, I don't think people, they see that and they go, what? You know what I mean? Sounds good if you want a little. I'm just saying, like think about this. Like, if this is my screen where I'm gaming and you see like enemy damage bonus, and it's like 25 points. I think from a readability standpoint, that looks a lot better than enemy damage bonus or enemy damage multiplier. 1.05x, right? I don't think that looks as sexy to people.
10-second ping pong ball volley. Fire. 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 Fire.
Ow! In the neck! Dude, James Vanderbeek's gone? Man, that's sad. What kind of cancer? Pancreatic cancer, right? It's always the one, bro. Always the one. Freaking awful. JC, what's up, man? You think having damage 2x multiplier or 1.5x is still sexy? It is. Colorectal. Dude, colorectal cancer? Bro, 48? That's terrible. Man, that's super brutal. So, chat, can I share with you a theory that I have? It's not a very pleasant one. But, you know, there's been this crazy rise in colorectal cancer, and I think it's just because, you know, we live in the society that we live in. But but also, chat, there is a you know, the way that a lot of these like little polyps and things of this nature happen. Like, think about blisters. They happen because of rubbing. Polyps can happen because of rubbing, like a skin tag, right? You know, society is they do things that maybe we didn't do as much as we did before. I'll just leave it at that. And maybe that's a part of it too. I don't know, but I'm like, that's ruminated in the back of my brain. I'm like, could it be because of that? Maybe. Right. No, seriously though, Voided. And I don't think it's because of the chemicals in the plastic, although that could be a thing, but I think it's literally the rubbing. I know that's crazy, but when you think about it, the friction of that process, this is such a weird conversation. This is a weird ass conversation, quite literally. But like literally that rubbing, you know, could be causing a lot of issues. I'm not saying that's what happened with James Vanderbeek, but I'm just saying there's a lot of cancer these days out there. That is indeed a conversation. I just joined in. Card at the funeral. Should have used more lube. That is not what I'm saying. But that's really sad. That's really sad. So let's think. Let me think about this. So okay. So then every $5 increases the multiplier by 0.1. So like a $25 dono would be a 1.5x. A $50 dono would be a 2x. This might be better. I hate to admit that that Voided is right, but I think that he's right. You have something better? You have something better, do you? Let's see here. So hold on a second. So person donates X dollars. For every $5 donated, enemy damage multiplier increases by 0.1 or 10%. 10%, right? Uh, 5 mins after dono at full strength. After that, reduces by 1% every minute. While in effect, mobs drop whatever the percentage is, percentage bonus, damage bonus. Well, I don't want to do that. There's got to be a way to do it like relative to their strength. Do we lock onto their HP? Do we lock onto their damage? Like, what's the thing that we really ruminate on when we consider this calculation? While in effect, mobs drop percentage damage bonus times max HP. Each dono adds 10%, but it's cumulative. Right. Yeah, so that's the point. That is definitely the thing here too, Voided. So I haven't put that in here, but basically you can add to this. Like another donation will add to the multiplier and it will reset the clock. So like if you did this, so for example, in this scenario, if you donated $5, we would be at a 1.1x multiplier, right? For 5 minutes. And let's say 7 minutes goes by. Now we're at a 1.08x multiplier. Well, I can then come in and do a $5 donation, right? And that will bring it up to 1.18x. And it brings that clock back to 5 minutes. Right? So, absolutely. That is definitely the game plan. Yeah, that's not what you're saying. Okay. You're just saying each donation adds 10%. It doesn't matter how much it is. I donate $1, I donate $1, I donate $1, I donate $1, I donate $1. There it is. 1.5x. We made it. It grows the current multiplier by 10%. Sure, so you're saying it's just multiplicative instead of additive. Yeah. Yeah, it's compounding. Yeah. Sure, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, you could do it that way. It's not too different with the amounts that we're talking about here. You might get a few percentage difference. I don't know what's easier to implement. That's what it comes down to for me. It's like, what's easier to implement and understand and explain? It adds up, though. That interest really adds up. Over 7 years. Over 7 years, the enemy damage multipliers will be out of this world, bro. You're going to have so many card coins, you're not going to know what to do with yourself. You're going to be able to retire at 50. It's crazy.
Now you're in my world. That's a good idea, but I don't want to implement that. Exactly. It's like, well, the other thing is too, I have to be able to explain to people why, okay, well, why did I donate $10, but it went up 11%? Like, well, because it's like trying to explain like compounding interest style math to chat. No, that right there is like, that's why I think it's just additive would be the way to go in this particular case. Just like add more to the multiplier and just reset the timer. It's easy to explain, easy to understand, and probably easy to implement. I hope. I hope. But the thing is, how do you incentivize people to fight while there's a crazy damage bonus on all the mobs? So like while this damage bonus is in effect, mobs drop, they have to drop more when the damage bonus is higher, right? But I don't want necessarily people to just spam the small things and just get a ton of card coins. It adds 10%. That's it. Now you're just making excuses. If you say it adds 10%, you would technically not be correct if it just added 0.1. Okay. It adds 10 standalone percent. Not percent, not a 10% of the total. You're just adding 10% to the multiplier. Okay? Do I have to be that specific and precise? I think most people will understand what I'm saying. It'll add 10% to the multiplier. Literally, the number will go up by 10. It's like Artelzin has been served a lawsuit because chat alleges that he has been siphoning off the 0.01% global damage, global entity damage modifier bonus. And today they are suing him. It's time for his comeuppance. In my experience, people won't understand either way. Right. Yes. Yes. That. Lone goes, I took accounting. I can understand it. With Cardinals in, you too can enjoy Steam retirement. Beautiful. So the question is, how do you handle these mobs? And again, this is future state stuff, but it's something that needs to be considered. It's like that like Office Space where they stole the rounding. Yes, exactly. They would literally be suing for damages. That's right. Literally. Literally. So while in effect, the mobs will drop whatever the damage bonus is times the max HP of the mob. So the assumption is that the more HP a mob has, the harder it is. And therefore it should give more. But I don't know, that could get out of hand real crazy. Like you have some mobs that are like 400 HP. Like I think the zombie aberrant is one of them. Yeah, zombie aberrant I think is one of them. Rocks become OP. Wait, rocks? Is there a rock enemy? The mobs are just insurance brokers. Perfect. So mobs drop percentage damage bonus times max HP. Maybe not so high. Maybe like max HP divided by a high amount. So like if something has 400 HP and we got a 1.5x damage bonus going, it's gonna drop 600 coins? That seems crazy. So in my opinion, I think we gotta crush that. Crush it down. Right? This business.
So max HP divided by 10 times the damage bonus. So that way it would be like, if you had 400, it'd be like 40 times the damage bonus. And then it's like, you know, that's not bad at all. You're talking like 60 coins for taking out like a zombie aberrant with a 1.5x. That seems a lot more reasonable. It could probably even go lower than that. Because I don't want people to have like tons and tons and tons of it. How much of it is rendered in Java? When you say how much of what is rendered in Java? Are you talking about the actual, like the game's graphics? I have no idea what they're using for a renderer, if it's done with Java or not. I assume there's some good stuff. Last night was crazy, Card. Was it, Maruchan? Hi. Last night was crazy. I worked for 13 and a half hours on code, Maruchan. It was very crazy.
You were crazy once. They locked you in a room, a rubber room. So, while in effect, mobs drop the damage bonus times max HP divided by 10. Maybe we should do it even more than that. Like maybe it's like divided by 15, but rounded up. So 400 divided by 20, right? 400 divided by 20, you've got 20 coins times the damage bonus, which would be like 1.5x in this case. So you're getting 30 coins for killing a zombie aberrant. For killing like a little pigeon-y guy or a little undead chicken. Undead chickens are... They are 74 HP. So 74 HP. So we're talking about like 8. So, sorry, 80. So it would be, we'd be at 4 coins, right? So like 74 divided by 20, ceilinged, that'd be 4 times the damage bonus. That'd be 6 because of 1.5x. So 6 for a pigeon or undead chicken. And like 30 for a zombie aberrant. That seems decent. I think that seems like a decent scale, like from the low end to the high end. And then again, it's still players can use card coins to buy cool stuff from an NPC in the church. Probably that looks like Cardinals in the regalia. People got in a car wreck on the interstate near your house. A propane tanker and a car, both. The propane tanker and the car caught on fire and exploded. Oh my god. The person in the car didn't make it. The truck driver made it out before it lit aflame. Is this one of those situations where like a car was going super fast and like rear-ended a truck that was slowing down? Because I know my stepdad's a truck driver, and he's like, he saw so many of those stories where there was like a truck who had to make a sudden stop and people are just on the highway just like looking at their phones, like basically on autopilot, you know, and then they look up and they're like, oh crap, and then it's too late. They just go right under it, you know, right under the tractor trailer, and they're just done. I assume it was something like that where the car rear-ended the propane tanker. The whole house shook from the explosions. Dude, that's insane.
So the trucker was okay, but the person in the car passed away. That's sad. That's really sad. What about damage to the area? Is there like propellant or something, propane, that's been dumped out there, or did all get burned up in the explosion, I assume? Pretty wild, man. Yeah, check for structural damage. Yeah, homeowners insurance, right? It's like, yes, hello, I would like to make a claim. Half of my shingles are blown off because a propane tanker exploded next to my house. It's like, what? You don't know. All you know is that the highway was on fire for a while. Dude, that's insane. That's really crazy. Marchan, I hope everybody is okay out there in your neighborhood. It's sad about the driver of the car. So just the one fatality. I certainly hope it was limited to that. So we got to do this. Any additional dono adds to the existing multiplier and resets clock. Yeah. I think this works a lot better. Voided, thanks for the advice on the multiplier business. Interesting. The nice thing, it's a float that we're passing already, so we don't need to do anything. We don't need to do anything. The only reason the trucker was good because they said they were talking to him and they said over the scanner there was one fatality. Got you. I mean, honestly, dude, that's usually the way it is with these big trucks. If you get into a wreck with a big truck and you're in a regular passenger vehicle, the likelihood is not good for you, right? Again, my stepdad was a professional truck driver from the age of 14 until he retired, and he has seen some real shit out there. You know, all along the eastern seaboard is basically where he went. You know, as far down as Florida. He'd go through. Dude, he'd truck through Atlanta. He'd truck through Atlanta, you know, trucking through Baltimore, like some really rough places. And he definitely has seen some shit out there. But just chat reminder, while you're driving, keep your head on a swivel. Remember, you're not the only one on the road. Sometimes that includes deer or moose. Watch out for the moose. Okay. All right. So what we're working on is integration stuff right now. Would you be better off using a variables so you can later dynamically adjust amounts on the fly? Oh yeah, that's what I already do. Yeah, I do that. Yeah. It's just that variable is a float. You know, which means it's not, you know, it's like it's not an integer, it's a we can do the, you know, 1.1 or 1.001. So you're not going to actually code what you're showing. No, I mean, I already have. I mean, so this is just the idea of how I want to implement what I've already coded. I already have this, like the enemy damage multiplier increase. That already works. So all I need to do is I need to implement a few things. So let's talk about what those things are. What to implement? So I need to learn about how persistent data is stored, right? So that this way, if what if the server resets resets or restarts while one of these donation effects is happening, right? So that's why I'm worried about this, right? So need to learn about how persistent data is stored so we can store the multiplier safely. Again, it's one small little variable. That's all we need to save for this, for the global multiplier, right? The other thing that we would want to save is well, yeah, I mean that, and probably the tick down timer, right? That's a little bit hard, because how does that work exactly? Let's see. So that's one thing that we need to do. The other thing is, how does Hytale deal with time? Is it delta time? Frames? Like, what is it? How does it do time? How does it do time? Because basically what we want is after a minute, you know, we want that, or after so long, we want that multiplier to come down by 0.01 a minute. Need this to trigger reassigning the damage modifier every 1 minute. Damage modifier decay, right? So that's important. So these are things that I need to learn about and see some examples of. But literally, I'm just trying to save like one. Oh, okay. Don't drive with drugs or alcohol in your body. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah, so right here, you can see this, Mage. So basically, I have a command where I can set this global entity damage modifier. Okay. And that gets passed through to my damage handler, and every time that an attack occurs, it looks to see if there is a global entity damage modifier, and then right now I'm adding it. So I'm just adding it straight. So like if it's 10 and the mob usually does 20 damage, it's now 30 damage. But after this discussion with Voided, it's probably better to do this as a multiplicative entity damage modifier, like a 1.08. Okay, so you can dynamically adjust that value if you want or need. Yep, I just have to send a command to the server. So like, as a matter of fact, here let's do it real quick. Check this out. So check this. All right, so here I am in the game world. Hold on. There we go. So let's do it. So this undead pigeon or undead chicken, he usually does about 21 damage. Okay. So I'm gonna set the modifier to nothing. Okay. And then let him hit me. All right. So you'll see it did a little bit of damage, right? And if I show you the code, you'll see right here, the undead chicken did 24 damage. Okay. So now let's bring the game back. Okay. And I'm going to make it now, I'm going to make that damage modifier 100. Okay, 100. So then I'm going to let him hit me again. There it is. He did huge damage that time. And if I show you down here, undead chicken did 120, almost 121 damage. So I can change that on the fly with a very simple command. And that command can get sent to the server by another means that I have. To change that on the fly whenever I need to. But ideally, what we would want is just to set like some sort of, maybe like some sort of max, and then it like ticks down every so often. And then when there's another donation, it changes the max again and the current, and it starts to tick down again. So I got to think about how I want to do that. But basically, the important part is we have to save this information somewhere, because if the server restarts... Okay, so chat can interact with it to change dynamically via a command or control. Nice. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hook this up to donations. So the idea is this. For every $5 that a person donates, the enemy damage multiplier increases by 10%. And then for 5 minutes... after the donation, you have that at full strength. So basically, let's do an example. $25 donated. 25 divided by 5 is 5. So 5 times is 10% here. That's 50%. So it'll be a 1.5x damage multiplier. And you get that for 5 full minutes. And after that is over, every minute, it reduces by 1%. So it'll go from 1.50x to 1.49x to 1.4x, 48x to 1.47x, etc. Anytime that somebody adds an additional donation, while that's ticking down, will add to the existing multiplier and resets the clock. I don't know if I want to do the resetting the clock part. It might not reset the clock. I might just let it continue to tick down. Because I think if we reset the clock, it has the potential to really get out of hand. Again, those amounts and percentages should be a default, but variable. So in the future, you can adjust for a special stream or something if you want. Oh yeah, I mean, I can send it through anytime that I want. I can just, right now, I can change it to, 200% or 500% or literally nothing. 0. You do no damage. Does 0 damage to me. Something like that. You can do that kind of stuff. But this is the cool part. I think in the future, what I would like is that while this thing is in effect, this global damage modifier thing is in effect, basically the mobs, they're going to drop whatever their max HP is, which is usually a good indicator of their total strength. So for example, a zombie aberrant has like 400 HP. So 400 HP divided by 20 is 20. Okay. So 20 times whatever the damage bonus is. Let's say it's 1.5x. So instead of getting 20, you now get 30 card coins that drop off of him. And that's what he has for inventory. And then you can use those card coins to go buy unique items that you can't get anywhere else from an NPC at the church. I might even be able to do a thing where the card kits give you some card coins too each day that you log in or something. You do a card kit if you have a seraphim or a cherubim or whatever. And it does that. Am I coding in MS Word again? Yes. Just talking logic, explaining some stuff to Mage here who had some questions. And so what I need to learn now today is about how persistent data is stored so that we can store the multiplier safely. So that way, if the server resets or restarts while one of these donation effects is happening, like we have a way to recall it when the server restarts, or that it's there when the server restarts. And then we also need to know, how does Hytale deal with time? Do they do delta time? Is there like a sleep function or like a timeout type deal? Like, how do they do, like, I want to execute something later. How do I do that? Because basically we're going to enter a for loop, or probably like a while loop. So like while the multiplier is greater than 1.00, you know, every 1 minute we're going to reduce it, you know. Card changes a .xls file to a .bat and doesn't understand why it doesn't run. Get out of here with that. So yeah, I think this is pretty cool. Alrighty. All right. You are being unnecessarily mean. I'm all up in the guts of this. All right. I figured some stuff out, some hard stuff. This is the way, because of the way that the damage plays out and the way the exchange for the damages works. It's tough to have to go to every single attack strike and pull this info out and modify this info midstream, you know. Dude, Dexerto is reporting that a food vlogger has died after eating a poisonous devil crab. Apparently, this crab, the muscles of the crab, contain 2 of the most lethal toxins in the world, and eating it can be fatal hours after consumption. Well, sign me up, dude. I want to eat some of that. Like, what the f? All right. Let's go read about this. So basically, you need a component entity store class, and you need a component codec, which is how Hytale saves data. It's called codecs. So you call store.ensureComponent the reference of the class, and then the component type on the player ready event. This is the thing where I get a little bit confused about this. This is like server side data. Why am I mean, is player ready event means like now you can play the game? Is that what that is? I guess I need to learn what that is. It sounds like this is something for an individual player. Codec maps class variables to serialized data. I know nothing about that world. I know nothing about it. But I have one float I need to store. And I need to learn how to do that. I need to store it and recall it. Because this is, you got to think this is the starting point too. Root beer float? Yes. Okay. On player ready. Hold on. On player ready is when a player like joins a server. But again, this is server data. I don't care about, like, it's not about having it for the player. I need it for the server. What? I don't understand. I mean, I guess it could be like whatever the first player that logs on is. How's it going? It's going. We've done some stuff like I was showing earlier. that I now have an ability to, you can see it down here in the code, Surya. So we changed, so this is the base damage of an undead chicken. 24 damage, basically, right? And then I changed it right here. I executed this command to change the damage modifier. I added 100 damage. And then I let it hit me again, and he did 120 damage. So now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to implement this stuff, which is basically when people donate, that the multiplier should go up, and then after that, slowly after that, it should decay. And if people donate in the midstream, that it should bump it back up again. I don't think I'm going to do the reset the clock thing, because I think that will get really out of hand. Because people will just like donate $1 to like reset the clock and get the additional, you know, 5 minutes or whatever. So maybe we make this, instead of 5 minutes, maybe it's like 10 minutes or 15 minutes at the full strength. And then it slowly comes down. You're like 5 hours into Final Fantasy VI. Nice. You've only got like 60 more to go. So we've decided to pass on the per mob modifier for now. Yes, only because I know what it will take, and I don't have the skills to do it yet. But we're gonna learn about that as we do this. So basically, I worked through the logic on it, Tim, and the way that I see it is this: when a mob is spawned through my methods, we grab the enter string of the UUID. I don't know if it's a string or if it's an int. And we grab the float of the entity damage modifier that I have said that this mob should have. And we have to add that to some sort of spawned mobs map where it's UUID to entity damage modifier. So this mob is mob 12345, and its modifier is 1.5x, right? A float. And then when the damage is dealt, UUID is a string. Okay, thank you for that. I will put that in here. So when the damage is dealt, you know, and this is every damage that is dealt, every single entity damage is dealt. We basically need to loop through each entry of that spawned mob's map and determine if the first field or element of that, or the key, I guess in this case, the UUID, matches the UUID of the attacker. And if it does, then we modify the damage based on the entity damage modifier in that UUID to entity damage modifier map. Right? Then, a get from a map is a 0-1 operation. You should search it based on the UUID. Exactly. Right, exactly. So we're gonna, oh, okay. So wait, when you say search, instead of looping through, search it? Is that like a different function? Iterating all the map keys will be a 0N operation. Got it. Okay, 10-4, good buddy. Okay, so don't loop through, search. And there's a, is there some sort of built-in Java function to search a map, a hash map? Really? Okay. So if I'm like, let's say that my key is the UUID 12345, and you search for that, it doesn't find it. What does that return? The elusive get. Well, excuse me for not knowing all the things. Voided, stop me if I'm wrong, says Tim. So I'm gonna loop through the map and determine if the current attack mob has a UUID that appears in any line of the map. Strike that out and say, search the map for the map key values or keys for the current, the UUID, geez, UUID of the current attacker, using something like mymap.getKey. Okay. And then basically when any entity dies, we need to do the same thing. We need to check to see if their UUID is in that map. And if it is, we need to remove that entry from the map because we want to garbage collect. So we shall see. Okay. What's this? Returns the value to which the specified key is mapped or null. Okay. Got it. I'll just put a note here. Will return null if not found. Okay. I'm going to say do future you a favor and make the value of your map be a class that you can easily extend later when you want to save other per mob attributes. Yeah, so I actually have something like that in here already. Check this out. So I have a hash map courtesy of Voided's suggestion, but this string utils, this hash map here is in a separate class. And I've got basically this is the entity IDs to the actual display names because this is not accessible or stored anywhere good that I can find. Apparently it's in the JSON, but I can't seem to pull it out of there. There might be a way to do it, but right now it's just easier for me to add whatever thing I have and put it in here. Right? So let me just, with this map, okay, so right here, this is string to string, right? Can maps have more than like one value to the key? Like, can you have key like value? Like, could I have like string int? An int could be like, I don't know, how many card coins it gives or something? I have no idea. No, that's why I suggested you make the value be a class. The value be a class. I'm not sure I follow you there. Make the value of my map. When you say the value of the map, you're talking about this. Public class card mob attributes. Public float damage modifier. Public float defense modifier. Okay. So then your map would be a map string card. Oh, okay. I'm pulling in the object. Got it. I'm pulling in the class as an object instead of like a primitive or a string or something. Okay, I follow what you're saying here. And actually, I'm actually just gonna take your comments here, and I'm just gonna put them up here in a little comment. I'm just gonna comment it out for the future. I'm even gonna leave your name in here so that I know that it was you. Key as a string, value is an object. The card mob attributes class. Okay, cool. Saved. Nice. Correct, because then as you have other things you want to be able to do per mob, then adding them to the card mob attributes means you aren't making more maps that have to be cleaned up and whatnot. Yeah, it's just like one persistent class that I can go back to and update, right? Cool. That makes a lot of sense, which is refreshing because not much does these days with what I'm doing. All right, so damn, man. So I did get the damage working, Tim. I don't know if you saw that. If you heard me talking about it. You can see right down here in the log. This is normal damage, 24 damage. And then we ran the command to add 100 damage to the modifier. Additive damage. And then boom, 120. So that is working. I got that working last night. This morning at like 6:30 in the morning. I worked on it for when I was finally done and logged off at like 7:30 in the morning, like 13 and a half hours of working on that one problem. So crazy. You wish you made a lot of sense. You make a lot of sense, but your family are not a fan of it when you do it. That's really funny. Well, thank you for that that advice for the future. I think that makes a lot of sense. I've been trying to make this make sense, right? So I've got a spawn command. I've got this entity or this entity damage, like changing it to whatever I want for the global, you know. And really, when it comes right down to it, when the damage is playing out, it's probably going to be something like this plus this global, or like multiplied by the global, and then there will also be like the individual entity modifier, right? So you get both, which is a little tricky. I don't know how I want to do that. Add the two together directly. It's like 1.1 plus 1.1, giving it a 1.2, and then multiplying it out. I don't know. Dude, why can't you do that somewhere else? Like, I'm the bad guy. You could just say, this is who I am. It's not a phase. This is who I am. Yeah, so this is what we're gonna do with it. We're gonna do the little dono thing, and that'll tick down over time. So that way donations can make all the mobs on the server stronger, right? let me be me. Okay, so I was just looking at some information. You look forward to a monster donation ruining a stream. Well, that's the thing. So we wanted to make sure that it is there's a maximum. There's like an absolute maximum, and then that way it can't just totally derail everything. And again, like 1.5x, that's not too bad. So it's doing 50% more damage than normal. That's, I think, where it's going to cap. But I don't know. You also don't want it going on forever, right? But again, I think the best part of all this, the best part of it is this, right here. You know, while this is in effect, mobs are going to drop these card coins. That's the game plan. And then they can use card coins to buy cool stuff from an NPC in the church. Stuff that they can't get anywhere else, like cool swords, cool armor, like hats or whatever. And I think that will, for the people that are on the server, they won't, I don't want them to go like, oh God, here we go again with the 1.5x or 2x damage. Oh my God, I'm gonna die a horrible death. I think they'll see it as, oh, this is an opportunity for me to go and do this, you know? Make it non-linear. $5 per 10% up to 50, $10 per 10%, 50 to 100, $25 per 10% up for 110 to 150. I mean, you could. It's certainly more complicated, but you could. You've robbed me of my weapon, sir. Sorry about that. Actually, let me refund you, SG. Give card token to SG Black Plague. 200. And dude, yeah, I do want to see that that Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. It looks really good. It's one of the few things that I've been interested in for like TV media recently. Fallout was good. I liked Fallout. That was fun. Fallout Season 2 was fun. And yeah, that, I mean, there's not really much else that I've been watching. that's of interest to me recently. Yeah. There's a scene in the last episode that gave you Gladiator vibes. That's fun. So I was learning about codecs. Are the drops going to be individualized, or are they going to be a free-for-all? Well, I really don't know. I really don't know how to do that. Maybe I could do where it's a last hit, and you get points that are stored, and there's a GUI. You can actually bring up a little thing to see your card coin status. You never actually collect anything. It's just that when you kill a mob, you get the points. Could be like a little printout on the server too. Yeah, like DKPs, exactly. And you can redeem them for things. Right. Yeah, exactly. I think that's really cool. That adds like a nice long-term persistence too, because then it's like, well, people have a ton of card coins. Well, that's fine. Well, what if I add like something that costs 10,000 card coins, but it's really nice? And then people get that, and it's like, okay, well, they've got all that, and people have kind of run it out. Well, why don't we add stuff for like 15,000 card coins now? And it's even better and nicer and cooler. You know, I think it just adds a lot of persistence capability. And it gives people a reason to keep playing and a reason to keep supporting the stream. I think, like, all in all, that whole idea, if I can get it implemented as I want in my mind, I think it's going to be great. I think that's awesome. You know, but now I need to learn about component codecs and serializing and deserializing variables. And the only thing that I'm trying to do right now is just, I want to persistently store this multiplier value and then recall it. Am I going to play Crimson Desert? I am going to wait to see on Crimson Desert. I am hopeful that it will be good. It looks very good, but I will say, having watched many videos of the gameplay, it looks like the performance is ass. It looks like the performance is really ass. So I will see how that goes, because again, I have a one PC setup. So if it's something that like completely and totally just destroys my machine, you guys are going to get a crappy viewing experience. So if it's good, you might get a new rig for it. Get a better PC. Oh, no problem. No problem. Dude, it's crazy now. Do you know Voided, like the high-end PCs now, if you buy them from like retailers, like you don't build your own, they're going for like 7 to 9 grand now. Like for the real high-end stuff. $7,000 to $9,000. What the f? Your custom built was less than 7K. Yeah, it's the RAM, man. Those RAM prices are crazy now. That's a steal, says Voided. You know what's a real steal is VELZTORM. Built with purpose and built for you. Consider them today, chat. They gave me my PC for free. So really, really freaking epic. Can't beat free. Can't beat free. And it's pretty amazing. Pretty damn amazing PC. Shout out to Suited Sun for all the help. Yeah, it's a damn nice PC. I really haven't had many issues with it at all. The only thing that I really need right now is I need to reinstall Windows. Hot goods, no, not quite. That would be hilarious though. Cardinal Zin's stolen PC. So this is the thing though. It says here, call. So this is I asked somebody in a thread about persistent data on one of the modding discords. I said, basically, I have one float that I want to be able to store and recall. And it's basically for the server, right? And this person said, basically, you need to create a component entity store class and then a component codec. And then you call store.ensure component your reference, which is your component entity store class, right? Your reference to that. And then the component type, which is apparently the codec. And you do that on the player ready event. But the thing is, it's not like I'm not looking for player-based data. That's not what I'm doing here. This is a server value. It's not a player value. So I don't know about that. Like, I don't know if I should be doing it on the player ready event. You know? I don't know if there's like if there are specific server methods that occur, like when the server starts up or something. Hold on. Let's see here. Store the value in a Word doc file on the server. Dude, I mean, you laugh, but that's like how I've done a lot of stuff with my bots. It's like just in stupid text files, like recalling it later, you know? Or like in a JSON or something, you know? You'd look for something more like mod settings or configs, but I don't know how you'd be able to change those from code. How did you know I'm laughing? Of course I knew that you were laughing. Let's see. So like, build your component class. Creating a custom component class leverages the component system made with the ECS architecture in mind. Start by creating your custom component class. This will be extremely similar to how regular components are created. However, we'll set up a custom codec so the server can translate this data to BSON, or the server's internal JSON encoder. Let's see here. Looking at the Hytale documentation site, plugin development core systems, plugin development core systems event system, there is a basic registration event system. Do you have a URL for me? Yeah, Tim, that would be great. I'm looking at hytalemodding.dev right now. Is that the one? I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Okay, let's take a look here. So this event system, basic registration on boot. There we go. Perfect. Yes. This is great. So the question that I have is, would I create a totally separate class for this? Create a separate class, and it's like, I don't know what you do. Let's see here. Subscribing to events, basic registration. Like I have there are things that I'm registering right now. It's the commands. So if I go into my base class, I have this setup where I am, you know, getting the command registry and then registering these commands to the command registry. So could I add a below this, like a, would this work? Hold on. With config, huh? Hold on. Like this. You could also just write to your own JSON file. Could I do that? Level.info, huh? This boot event. Yes, and then add that other line in your existing setup to register the event. Level in logger in system. I assume it's this. This is in logger. Maybe not. How do I know? How do I know? And then in my existing setup, add this little bit here. So here, this will be, I guess it's register, not initialize. Register on boot event. Right? Boot, and this boot event boot event dot class? IDE error occurred. It'll be whatever the Hytale logger is using for log levels. Okay, so let's change this. Hold on. We'll go back a sec. Yeah, it's like both don't really. One's a class. And then what is this? E? I'm not quite sure. Do you have another example somewhere in your plugin where you're logging stuff? Yeah, I do. Hold on. Yeah, I do this. Logger. Where's that? What's those two? Hold on. Yeah, so it's just Hytale logger. And then up here, it's this Hytale logger. Level.info. Yeah, see how that other call in spawn utils is calling logger.atWarning? Is there an @info? Oops, sorry. It does not appear to be. Logger @warning. Just Hytale logger named logger. Where do we assign this? Oddly enough, where? Yeah, right here. So it's passed in. Get logger, return logger, and for enclosing class, full, get name, get level. So maybe that's what it wants. I'm not sure though. This is a little beyond me. Keep scrolling. Okay. Look for @warning. Okay. Nothing. No at warning. And again, just to show this again, logger dot at warning. So it's abstract logger extending logging API. So this might be a function of the logging API. Flogger. Look in those imports for a level. In Hytale logger.class, expand the imports. And see what one ends with dot level. Right here. Just base Java. Logging dot level. So maybe that's the one that we need to use. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And then that takes care of that. Perfect. Okay. So basically, so on boot event, git logger at level.info log server booted. And then we need to register it. Okay, so let's do this. Register on boot event. James Vanderbeek. Dude, what were those movies that he was in that were like kind of bad? It's like the so-and-so's college shenanigans movies. There was like a series of them, like so many of them. Van Wilder, right? Like Van Wilder's insert absurd premise here. Van Wilder's no, that wasn't him. He wasn't in that shit. Hold on. James Vanderbeek. That was Ryan Reynolds. James Vanderbeek wasn't in any Van Wilder movie, like ever. Hold on. Interesting. Okay. It was Ryan Reynolds. Got it. Dawson Creek. Yeah, Dawson's Creek, of course. Yep. And Varsity Blues. Yeah, Varsity Blues. Okay. What else is he known for? What else was he in? Dude, that's so young. 48, bro. Please no. Let's see here. Oof. Man, that is really crazy. Poor guy. 48 years old. Yeah, 48. That's just so sad. Bro. You hope you make it to 48. Gotta go for a while. Keep on keeping on. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate you, man. Playing himself in the TV show. Don't wait. Don't trust the apartment 23. That's what he's well known for. Got it. Okay. So the event registry. Get event registry. Register boot event dot class this on boot. So let's see. Does this work? Let's stop the server. And if we start the server when it server booted, you idiot. Okay. All right, that should be differentiating enough. Hopefully, I'll be all set. Oh, bud. Little Bronco boy. All right. Let's see. Failed to validate asset. Interesting. Animations. Huh. Server is now running. Server booted. You idiot. Right there. Server booted, you idiot. So that worked. So now we need to add a method to load the values from a store of values, wherever that is. Entity damage modifier. All right, here's the deal, chat. It's 7:15. I have not yet taken a break. I've been live for 4 hours, basically, between 3.5, 4 hours. I need a break. I need to get up and stretch my legs. When I come back, I'm gonna give everybody a big bonus because I haven't given any today. All right. But also, let's do a giveaway. No break, only work. Soon. We need to talk about what you want to see for, like, horde commands, too. I'm going to start taking down some suggestions, and we'll start adding those into the mix. Breaks are for the week. Break for the week. How about that? All right, raffle tokens. Here we go. 500 of them. Good luck, everybody. I'll be back in a few. Sit tight. Thanks for your patience.
So you've decided to stick around while I went AFK. Brave and appreciated. Your time and attention are the gifts I cherish the most. While I'm away fulfilling those pesky basic human needs, let me take this opportunity to educate you about the Cardinal Zin stream. While you watch this stream on Twitch, every 5 minutes you are receiving card cash and raffle tokens. Card cash is used on Twitch to redeem sound effects, visual memes that take over the screen, and custom game interactions. Card cash never resets. Raffle tokens are used on Twitch to buy raffle tickets for raffled items. Every Friday, I raffle off at least 3 $10 Steam gift cards during the stream. At the end of Friday's stream, these tokens are reset to 0, so everyone has a good chance to win. even our new friends. For those looking to get as many chances to win as possible, be sure to show up at least a few minutes before the start of a stream and stick around through the stream credits for a nice fat raffle token bonus. If you ever want to check your virtual wallet, you can always check your balances using !BAL on Twitch to see how many card cash and raffle tokens you're currently holding. Yes, holding. It's especially important to do this when you have a lot of card cash or raffle tokens so that everyone knows just how amazing you are and how much more they would have to hoard to be equally as awesome as you. Now, you may have noticed, but this is a highly interactive stream where chat is allowed to murder me influence my games directly. We refer to this type of interactivity as Twitch integration, and it comes in a number of different flavors. I use cookie-cutter solutions like crowd control or chaos tricks, but also have custom-coded card commands for many games I play, including Conan Exiles, Minecraft, and Starfield. Crowd control and chaos tricks require Twitch bits and can be used to spawn monsters, give items, or set me on fire 13 times in a row until I want to cry blood into a pile of my own human ashes. Neat! Likewise, custom-coded card commands for games like Conan Exiles, Minecraft, and Starfield can also be triggered using bits in the Lumia panel, but can also be triggered using chat commands, assuming you have enough card tokens to trigger them. Lastly, card controls affect my screen and impact any game I play, but they also require card tokens to activate. Yes, that's right, there's a third point system on my channel, card tokens, and as a token of my appreciation for your continued attention, I'm now going to tell you how you can save big. So let's say you want to spawn that big nasty golem on me. Let's be honest, I probably deserve it, and you're about to cheer 500 bits through the Lumia panel to spawn the monster that will undoubtedly crush me into priest dust. Typically, those 500 bits would cost $7. So that's like a markup of 40%. Instead, by donating $5 at coffee.com/cardinalzin and entering only your Twitch username in the message, not username, field, the bot here will give you 500 card tokens. With card tokens now in hand, you can simply type a chat command to spawn that creature, just like you would with bits through the Lumia panel, only this time you aren't paying 40% more like a big chump. So cut out the middleman. Take your savings a step further and become a Cherubim or Seraphim Coffee member to receive 10% or 20% more card tokens respectively. At the Seraphim membership level, you've essentially turned $7 for 500 bits into $5 for 600 card tokens. So instead of paying 40% extra, you're now receiving 20% extra. It's a great value. And for those who do back the stream on Coffee, I thank you. It is your contributions that allow me to code fun things for you all. Seriously though, you have my gratitude. If you have any questions about this stuff, be sure to ask. The community is really awesome and will definitely light your path. Sometimes by setting you on fire directly. Convenient. Since I'm not back yet, please continue to enjoy this lovely music. Sit tight, and I'll return shortly. Thank you so much.
In a world where corporate interests seek to divide humankind for their own nefarious purposes, where political forces pit brother against brother in the name of social progress, where friends betray each other over one divergent word or thought, one man seeks unity through a shared love of PC gaming. He raises his golden chalice, its brilliant radiance emanating far and wide, a beacon to all who would seek refuge from the ever-present insanity of social media. He stands against the tides of internet-based hostility and defiantly bellows, "No more." Having placed his stake in the ground, he now seeks to build a PC gaming community free of politics, trolls, and toxicity, because you deserve a little slice of digital heaven right here on Earth. Devout PC gaming evangelist, blessed leader of the congregation, and savior of digital souls, his name is Cardinal Sin.
Yo, thank you very much for sticking around. I'm giving everybody all of this, okay? And then also NERPs. There you go, buddy. Get 500 more on top of it. Thank you very much for your patience. I really appreciate y'all. I went and got myself some Hick-style charcuterie. A little bit of cheese, a little bit of Ritz crack.
Fire. Fire. Fire.
I can have all of that. Thank you very much, sir. So yeah, things are going pretty well with this. I don't know if you saw this, but server booted, you idiot, is actually something that we put in here in this method. And so now we can do whatever we want to in this method, and when the server boots, it will do it. So now what we're trying to do is we want to take that damage modifier thing and we want to store it somewhere, and then when the server boots, we want to load it. Yeah, server booted log message, right? That's right. So it is working. So now we can, now that we have this, we can do the thing that we need to do with it. Once we know how. Once we know how. I'm just gonna hide my camera for a little bit while I mow down on these. Nobody needs to see that. Nobody needs to see that. Okay. Let me see here. And once I'm done with this, I'll be back though. Promise. Server booted log message. I'm talking to you from the Matrix. You got some za? No, I have like I call it Hick style charcuterie. Here, I'll show you, chat, real quick before I. This is what I got. Some Ritz, a few pepperoni, and some cheese. It's probably like 400 to 500-ish calories snack, but it's really high protein. So it really helps sate hunger for quite a bit, which is nice. Earlier today, my breakfast was a Hot Pocket, which is not great. I don't have much here. I actually had, for the first time, you know, I think I told you guys this, but I had a Chipotle gift card that I brought to my family's Yankee swap, thinking that the younger, like my nieces and nephews who are younger, that they would enjoy that, right? That they would be into Chipotle. Man, they were not. They were not about that life at all. They hated it. I would say my gift was one of the least liked that was underneath that tree. And so I actually ended up getting my own gift. So I got a $20 Chipotle card myself. And I had only previously been to Chipotle one time. And I remember, like, my impression was like, this isn't very good. And it was fresh, which I appreciated. But I felt like it wasn't very good. But I just went and used that gift card during my time away. And man, I got a burrito and it was so good. It was so good. I really enjoyed it. I got a barbacoa white rice with a little bit of queso, just a tiny bit because it's a little spicy for whiny baby tongue. And what else did I get on there? Oh yeah, shredded cheese, of course. Black beans. I think that's it. So I did white rice, barbacoa, black beans, shredded cheese, and a tiny bit of queso. And man, it was so yummy. That was so good. But it was like 13 bucks. 13 bucks for it, which I don't, you know, if I'm gonna go with like that or a Subway sandwich, like a Subway meatball sandwich, dude, the Chipotle ingredients are way better. They're way better than whatever's happening at Subway these days. And if it's the same price, then yeah. You heard that they're raising their prices in March? Oh, that's so sad. I don't know how much more expensive they're gonna get, but I mean, you gotta think, if you're getting one burrito and you're getting a drink, that's already almost $17. I mean, man, I remember when you could go and get like a sit-down entree for $17. You know what I mean? What's that, Astro? Oh yeah, Astro saying you still can at like Applebee's and places like that. I've never been to a Qdoba. Tasty but pricey. Yeah, a little bit. So what I'm looking at now is where do we store this variable information and how do we recall it? And they've got data that is, again, it's like they wanted it to be on the player. And it would spawn, hold on, I got it right here. They said call store.ensure component ref component type on player ready event. Well, we're not going to do player ready event because that's not what we're going for. What we're really going for, and again, I don't know if we need, do we need the reference at this point? I mean, maybe we still do. I mean, the reference is the entity store, so maybe we do. Let's just see about this thing. So store.ensure component. The store. So hold on. I don't even know, what component even is this? Rah. Hold on. Oh, this is like a totally different. So in the setup, Qdoba has quesadillas, so it's not even a fair comparison. I love quesadillas. So this is the funny thing. Chipotle, I looked up their menu and it said they had quesadillas, but then when I went to the Chipotle nearby to get food, a quesadilla was not on the menu. And I asked Astro about this and he goes, yeah, I think it's just kids menu stuff. Have to order it online. Interesting. So hold on here. No, not data. It said your player data. I mean, this is the object type, right? So the object type is a float. Right? I'm not sure what that's about. Type parameter Java lang float is not within its bound. Should implement this entity store business. So it just says your player data is what the example gives. What the hell does that even mean? That's another class. Okay. Hold on, let's go drop this in another class just for shits and giggles for now. So we're gonna call this your player data. I guess that, do we want to put it in utils? Can we put it in the base? Can we put it in the root here with card commands, or is that going to cause an issue? Do I have to compartmentalize all this stuff? The one 15 minutes from your house doesn't even have them online, but the one 25 minutes from your house does? Oh, interesting. My question is, card commands here is in kind of the root of the package. I guess that's what we call this, right? com.cardinalsin is the package. Right? And this class is in the root of the package. These other classes are not. They're in utils, they're in commands. If I create a new class at the same like directory level as card commands, is that a problem? Because basically I'm just gonna copy paste this your player data example just to see if I can get it working based on what they've given me. Okay. In a typical situation, is it a problem? Let's just try it. Why not? Too many years ago. It was a different time. All right, so this is the example that they gave me. Cannot resolve entity store. And when I created the class, it still put it in the commands anyway. If I put that out here, make it an inner class of card commands? No. And you figure out how to give your own class one of these components that gets saved and loaded. No idea. I hate to be obtuse about it, but I have one error. And that's with this. Again, that's just for the IDE, really. Okay, so in this example, we're defining some variables, right? Some integer, some string, some map. And with the builder, the codec builder here, so it's just called codec. Your player data.class, your player data new, append. So there's a key and a codec. It's like codec type, codec string, hash map. Interesting. So just showing us how to do this in different ways. So it's like, here's an example of a string, right? And then here's an example of, or an int rather, and here's an example of a string. Strange. So why the validator here? Is it just part of the process? And we only do that once. We don't do that after every, you know, piece of data that we're moving, whether it's a string or primitives or whatever, or maps. Non-null. Got it. The int can never be null. Got it. Okay. Because a string's default value would just be empty? Is that the default value for a string? So we append all this stuff, this data, we add, and then add it. I'm assuming that's what that is. Yes, add it. And we append all this stuff to the codec, it looks like. Add it, and then append all this stuff to the codec, add it, and then build the codec. Right? So this is like a serialized, I'm assuming this is like a serialized codec that has these three objects in it. This primitive integer, a string, and a map. That is your interpretation of that as well. And then down here, here's a constructor. The integers, these are the defaults, right? So 0, empty string, and just a base new hash map. Copy the constructor for cloning. What is, does anybody know about this? What that means? I have no idea what the hell that means. For cloning? Cloning of data just meaning like replicating data? Maybe this is how we get the data out of the codec without changing the codec. We clone. Yeah, right there. Your data clone this. So that is like, it looks like that's what it's doing, right? It's setting all of this, and then it's like replicating it with this clone business and returning it. So it allows you to make a new instance of your player data that has data which is an exact clone of the other instance's data. So, help me understand that piece of it. What would the use of that be? Is this so that it's like the data, is this like a data safety thing? So that way, like if I'm in the middle of changing something, kind of like when you're writing and reading and writing from database, you know, you don't necessarily want to play with the core data until it's ready to be updated. You don't want to necessarily be like running functions on the core data. There might be some asynchronous things going on with the saving, so you have to clone it all so that you have a single momentary image. Yeah, data safety, pretty much. That's a phenomenal question about how the engine is doing that. Given that it's an @override, the engine is definitely calling that method for a reason. Got it. Okay. So I feel like I have a... Now, if you asked me to set this up myself, I wouldn't know where to begin. But like looking at it, I feel like I can interpret it a little bit. It's kind of like my Japanese skill, you know? It's like you ask me to write something in kanji, I'll be totally lost. But if I can like hear somebody speaking to me, I might be able to pull out like, I don't know, 50 to 60% of it. If I'm lucky. Okay. So this is, again, I'm following this hytalemodding.dev document. If you want to follow along, here it is. This is what I'm looking at. So we just implemented this your player data class. We need to register the component now. It says register it in setup. So let's go to card commands. Here's setup, right? So we need this. Here it is right here. Use to store data, component type, entity store, your player data. This is interesting. What is this? So hold on. I've got this bit here. Can somebody explain this to me? I'm not sure I get what the hell this is. Like, what the hell is all of this? We already have a class declared up here that's extending this Java plugin. And then down here, like, what is this? And again, this is just like a general CS question, more than anything to do with what we're doing. But like, I have another one of these that it wants me to put in here. This one. Do on a voice call? Sure, man. Yeah, I can do that with you, Tim. Absolutely. Hold on just a second. You got it. Hold on. Jonathan's like, yay, something interesting. Yo, what's up, Tim?
Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Chat, can you hear him loud and clear? I assume they can.
Okay, well, cool.
They're just in a
chat?
post-dinner
I
coma.
apologize, a little under the weather here, but anyway, I was just taking a look through the documentation.
Wait, hold on just a second. They're saying there's an echo? Is there an echo? Hold on. Go ahead and try speaking again real quick.
This is a test to see if there's an echo. Hello, everyone.
There we go. I got rid of the echo. All right.
Sick. All right. So I was just reading through the documentation about what components are and whatever else. And components are a way that you can attach any type of data to any entity in the system.
Right.
And so the example that you're looking at now, right, the one that we're following along with, is built around you're going to be putting some data that gets attached onto a player. It's not quite applicable to your situation because you're trying to do a global server configuration, right? So I'm not 100% sure yet exactly what entity exists that will be able to attach a component to at the server level yet. However, one of the things that I realized with this is that this is exactly what we wanted to do with the per mob damage addition. Because then if you create a component that allows you to say, oh, well, here's a damage. Well, rather than having to do the map, you would just actually create an instance of your component that says, oh, this is a card damage modifier component, and you just attach it to that instance as it gets spawned, and the data would be saved in that and attached to that entity. So I think this eliminates that whole how do we make a global map problem for attaching data to entities.
About that.
Yeah.
About that. So the way in which I spawn the mobs, I'm going to show you this. This spawn NPCs thing. This right here, I'm using a helper function. This npc plugin.get.spawn npc. This is when we spawn an NPC, it is an entity which we might be able to attach additional ECS components to. I'm not sure though, because there is a separate method, and I actually created this here, entity spawn, which is a little bit different in terms of how it functions. Like, where is it? So yeah, first of all, it runs on this world execute thread. But you can see here that you set up a holder and then you add components to it. So like down here, I've got all these components are being added: transform component, persistent model component, bounding box, network ID, interactions. But the thing is, I don't know exactly what components need to be added for regular NPCs, and I haven't got anybody who's been willing to lock that down in the forums or Discord that I've been trying to get information from. Like just I'm constantly in there like asking questions, answering questions, trying to find some information somewhere,
Okay.
So basically what I'm saying is that we may not be able to add a component in this way to a mob that is spawned using the method that I currently use, which is through this npc plugin.get.spawn npc. I mean, I can look at this. We go into this. I mean, it's got npc component. I don't know. I just don't know if we're able to add more to this. If that makes sense. Sure. You can see here, there's a register component type, nothing. What is this? Nothing, aim, appearance, any, attitude. And there's some stuff in here. Quite a lot of stuff, it looks like.
Right. So I don't want to get distracted from trying to do the saving of the data for the server itself, but I feel like that this is a way that maybe we would be able to do per mob instance overrides as well.
Sure. Yeah. Makes perfect sense.
So back to the sorry about that. So sorry, back to the example that you're working from, right? It's going to be attaching this class that you're creating from this doc. I apologize, I moved that doc out of the way for a sec. The your player data class. And the example in here has you attaching it to an individual player.
Right. And we don't want to do that.
You're going to want to be right. You're going to want to have like one instance in the entirety of the server.
Right. Like a single. Well, I guess, is that a singleton? I guess we say in this case. Is that right? I have no idea.
That would be fair. Yeah. So I'm going to keep reading through this and whatever, but I just kind of wanted to explain all that, but typing all that out would have been a nightmare.
No, that makes perfect sense to me. So, let's see here. So, we're implementing this component entity store business. I don't know. It's like,
yes. So go ahead.
I'm just saying, because it's I guess I can just try to follow through with what they have here in terms of like registering the component. And this is the thing, where was it? These right here. This was the question that I had. So we've got this class, card commands, extends Java plugin. And then down here, there's this public card commands. And we got this at non-null declaration, like IDE annotation or whatever. Java plugin init class or object init. And then it's
correct.
The super, like, I don't know, like, this is weird. And then why? Sure. So we have one for card commands here, and then it also wants me to put this one in here, but it's the same thing. So are we all set there? I think it says your plugin. I mean, we already have that, right? We don't need two.
Okay, so if I may, let me explain a little bit what that method is. Deleting that one's fine.
Yeah.
So when you have a method name that matches the class name, that's what's called a constructor. And that's used whenever a new instance of the class will be created. Okay.
Sure.
So this public card commands with this method, or the function, or the parameter rather, of this Java plugin init, what this will do is this will be called at some point during the life cycle of Hytale, where it will say, okay, I'm ready to initialize this plugin, and it will pass that init function into it. The word super inside of that constructor says, also call the constructor of my parent class. So because your class extends Java plugin also has a constructor that matches the, not Java plugin init, Java plugin itself. So go back to your class. And then when it says extends Java plugin, if you control click into Java plugin, now this one has a constructor. So look for a method public Java plugin and see how it has the same exact function and everything, or the same exact parameter. So when you call super, what you're doing is you're saying, call the parent of me as well with this parameter.
Gotcha.
And so that's how you can, through inheritance, make it that you have these descending classes, but the parent class can make sure that it is also properly configured. So that's all that your constructor is doing, your public card commands constructor, is you're just doing the initialization of your parent that you're derived from.
When our OOP factory prints, or from the class prints our object, right? Or prints our instance, so to speak.
Correct.
Okay, got it. So, yeah. Okay, got it. That makes sense. Who's card talking to? It's a me. That's right. It's TimSpeedle. Let's see. So, that takes care of this part. I'm looking at the register your component part of this website. So if anybody wants to follow along. And now we've got the @override protected void setup. So, okay. Do we do this here? And okay, so what is this doing exactly? So this your player data component. So it's talking about the one that we have right here. This .get entity store registry.register component. So we're just registering the component the way that we've been registering all this other stuff. We've been registering systems, we've registered events. So now we're just registering a component. Same thing, just a different object type.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. So, for this setup here, let's see here. So can I do this? Will it let me do this? Let's see. So that's registering the on boot event. What if we do register your player data component? So, and again, the registering the component it's coming from this class. This is the ID, and this is the codec that we're using, or this is what we're doing. It's the your player data codec. That's the component that we're talking about. It's a codec component.
Correct.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. And then the next piece is, what is this? Component type entity store your player data get your player data component method. So this is just like a constructor or getter. We're setting up a getter.
Correct. You're defining a getter.
And so that's that.
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
So now we want to call this when the server boots. So would we call this function when the server boots?
Well, that function gets called when the player is about to get the data appended onto it. If you scroll down a little bit in that doc, in the using your component section, you will see that in the code there, it is actually using that by the your plugin.instance.getYourPlayerData component. So that getter that you just created there on line 50 will be referenced in the other parts of the code for being able to attach the data to the entity. Did I explain that clearly?
You did, but I still don't know if I'm following you. All right. So like, I guess if I go back to the actual your player data, so we're just defining what's happening here. We're not doing anything, even though we've got our constructor and we talk about the cloning business and returning the clone of this data down here,
right?
With this clone function. None of that is happening yet. This is just all just reference, right? And so here, even here, we're just registering it to say, hey, this is a thing that we're going to do later. Just so you know, there's going to be a component, and this is what it's going to be called, and this is where it comes from, and this is what it is. This is its ID and the class that it's in, and the type of object that we're going to be, or the type of component that we're going to be calling up here. And so, and then here, again, the getter for it, right? So in this, so this is a separate class altogether that they've called, wait, is this a separate class or just a separate method? Hold on.
Lines 50 through 52 are a method.
Right. Sorry, I'm looking at the using your component thing. The sum entry method is the name of the, it's private void sum entry method. So is this in this class, or is this a separate class altogether?
It sure doesn't indicate that, does it?
See, that's what I'm like. I didn't know if I was just confused or. So it says to use your newly created component, you can add the component to a player using the add component method. Although this only adds it temporarily, meaning when the player/entity leaves the world, the component is removed. You can use put component to ensure the component persists between sessions. I mean, could I put it on me? Like, just, I assume that if this stuff is happening, that it's like, I'm gonna be there for it. Maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's presumptive, I suppose. But I probably want to create this for like a generic situation. Just for good practice and learning.
Sure. I don't know, as I mentioned before, this is allowing you to attach data to an entity. I don't know, as far as the server itself goes, what entities might exist. If you attach it to you as the player, and not just, you don't want to attach this to every player that connects to the server, but if you say, I'm going to attach this to the player named CardinalZin when he is on the server, that should be able to work. But when you do your entity, your global entity damage modifier, right, that's going to be needing to refer to that number somehow.
Right.
And if you want to say, well, I need to find if CardinalZin is logged on, and then if he is, go and try to find this component so that I can get the your player data bit to then get that damage modifier. That's going to be a computationally expensive thing to do on every single time damage transits across the server.
Yeah, I hear you, and I agree. So the question is, with this getter, so okay, we have a getter. So how do we, I mean, the server itself doesn't really have like components, I don't think, because it's not an entity, right? It's not, the server itself is not something that is subject to the ECS, I don't believe, right? Because it's not an entity. So where do we store this stuff is crazy to think about. You know, we've got this object, the your player data bit here. Can we build this? It says it implements this component entity store. Can we build that without attaching it to anything?
Well, you can build an instance of it without attaching it to anything, but my interpretation of the problem you're trying to solve is that you want this data to persist. Oh no.
You would. Of course it was Jonathan Coke. Of course it was. I'm coming back on camera because of that now.
That was a good one, JC.
So, Melissa goes, "Hi, Tim." So,
Hi, Melissa.
The idea is we've got this potential object here, this player data implementing a component. The thing is, so the codec, where does that come from? Like code. Okay, so your player data implements this component entity store business. For us to actually have this builder codec, your player data codec business down here and start like storing some data in this or building data into it, do we need a component? Because this is like, is this like a subclass of the component entity store?
I'm making an educated guess here, but my interpretation is that the codec is what the core engine of Hytale uses to know how to get this, to be able to take this data and save it with the object. Because the idea would be, if you create this data, you want it to live with that object for its whole life cycle. So in the case of you attach it to the Cardinals in player, for the entirety of the time that the Cardinals in player is there, you want to have that data attached. And so my assumption is that the codec is the mechanism that the engine uses to know how to save and persist that data, so that if you save and exit the game and reload it, the data would still be there.
Right, and that would be, that's what we're trying to achieve here, is that essentially when, you know, if I have to restart the server or it crashes or, you know, whatever it may be, when we come back, that data just persists and is restored. So that way there's no interruption to what has transpired in terms of the, you know, that donation for damage boost duration, you know?
Right. Because if that happens right before your scheduled restart, you don't want it to get lost.
Right, exactly. Like somebody drops a $5 donation at 7:55. Well, at 8 o'clock, the server restarts. So, you know what I mean? So that would be no good. And it could impact that. And then you got to be like, oh, well, hold on. What was it when we restarted? It was at 1.08 X, and we got to do how many minutes? It's like, it gets really messy, right? Yeah. So if we're not attaching this data to a player, is there a way, like, because we've got a getter for the information, like, I guess my question is, can we set the data in the absence of attaching it to a player and then just recall it somehow, like set that data? And so this, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I want to say what I'm trying to say here. again, it's like it's all based on the player, and that's not really what we're looking for. We're looking to kind of store it somewhere external, basically. Not necessarily external, but certainly not on the player. You know what I mean?
Right. And again, this comes down to I have not done a ton of homework of this other than watching your streams, but I don't know what other entity may exist globally in the server that would make sense to do. And so I don't know, it's maybe not the worst idea in the universe to say we attach the data payload to the Cardinals in player. And I'm looking at the Hytale server docs page around player persistence, and it mentions that you can get events when a player connects to the world. And so one thing that could happen then is we say, okay, when Cardinals in connects to the world, we will then load this data. I'm assuming it gets persisted through the codec with you. And then once we've loaded that up, is in your KK modify global entity damage class. Right now, you're just using a hard-coded number, or not a hard-coded number, but a number that is in there.
Yeah.
Is you would just set that number when you log on.
Sure.
It's not the best solution.
Yeah, like log on and just say, okay, real quick, let me rerun the command and set it back to 20. You know, or whatever it is. And that's kind of the idea, is like the donation triggers something on the front end, which is passed to the server that runs the command and says, hey, you now have 20 minutes of 1.5x damage modifier. Right?
Right.
The question is, again, where that can be saved. And so Nerps asks a very good question. Does the world have components? And I believe the world does have components, because the world hasn't, the world is like the entity store, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure that or there's a universe object. Hold on. Hytale world components. No.
What the documentation says in the entity system overview page, and I'll paste the link in here if Nerps also wants to take a look, is that components are data containers that get attached to entities.
Right.
So a component isn't a thing on its own. So to answer Nerf's question accurately, only if the world was an entity that we could attach components to.
Right.
Jonathan Coke is firing a 10-second ping pong ball. Fire.
JC!
Fire. Fire. Fire.
Yeah, the super world is the universe. That's what you're looking for. So universe is all the worlds. World is the actual current dimension. So like by default, the current dimension is called default. Funny how that works, huh? So
Very
like
clever name.
This is why, like, when you log in, it says so-and-so joined default. That's not like a chat. That's not like a chat channel. That's like the world. So like, for example, if I go in here and I reconnect real quick, you should see on the left-hand side in the chat window, Cardinal Zen has joined default. Crazy boy.
Okay, and that's just based on the name of the world you're saying.
Yeah, default is the name of the world unless you change it in the configs. So what their plan is for this game is like the universe name is Orbis, and they want to have like all these like little like subworlds basically, and so that way also it becomes very extensible for them. It's like, oh, you want to go play on the Bed Wars world? Well, you just go to the Bed Wars world, and it's all run on one big server architecture. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Okay, let me get out of this. So entity component, it's an entity component. Yeah. Yeah, that's certainly interesting. Let me see. I asked a question. I don't know if anybody answered it. No, he didn't. Oh, hello. So what about like storing it? Can we, I know this is kind of goofy, but could we write it like as a config to the JSON and then pull it back out?
So that was an example, a suggestion that Voided had a while ago.
Yeah, and I don't like.
It's not a. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's not the worst idea ever. The advantage of that would be if we. I'm gonna rewind a second. If we use this route that we're going now, and we say we're gonna persist this on the Cardinals in player. If something happens and you need to roll back to a server backup or something like that, then it will be whatever the state of the data was when that backup was taken. So the multiplier would be kind of unpredictable at that point, right? If you do it through the JSON file suggestion, then it persists with the server itself. So as long as you know that the server is going to be shut down and you've persisted it safely to a server configuration JSON somewhere, and I don't know how that works, I haven't found that in the documentation yet, and then load that up during your current log message, which is, you know, what is it? Hey, the server started up or whatever it was. In that, you could use that as the opportunity to load it from that JSON.
And then while the server's live, over time, I can just, the way that I was thinking about doing this is like once that, set method for the global damage modifier is called, basically, I could do something on the front end where I'm waiting for time and then I'm sending another command and it's ticking down and, we're kind of going through a loop, or doing something right inside the code directly. But Nerf says, yeah, I'll be honest. I think they expect you to handle this entirely on your own. Just import JSON to serialize it and write to a file, and then vice versa on server load. Yeah? Let's see here.
Yeah, I don't have a better suggestion than that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense to me. I'm looking for like JSON examples here. Data assets. Let's see here. Recognizing that JSON editing can be tedious and error prone when done by hand, Hytale. It's like, what is this? Config parser? Read a config string and parse it. Well, that's maybe something useful-ish, maybe. Man, oh man, oh man. Okay, hold on. How to use JSON. How to read and write to from JSON in Hytale modding. Oy, oy, oy. They're saying just open it and just write it. No, that's not what I'm asking. For dynamic JSON reading and writing, use Java plugins with Hytale's API. So this is what it gives me as an example. I'm just gonna where do I want to put this? I'll just put this in our DMs here. This is what it shows. And if they don't have a way, JSON is the standard way. It's a JSON library that's written by Google. You probably need to serialize and deserialize the JSON to convert to and from objects.
Well, the only thing that you're going to be serializing for now is going to be the one multiplier
one float. It's very complex.
All this for one float.
One float. Pretty crazy. Yo, what's up, Galaf? How you doing? Welcome on in. So config file equals new file, and you literally just tell it this. The one thing that I'm concerned about is, will external hosting, like with Eclese, allow you access to write files to their server? You know what I mean? That seems like a very unsafe thing to do from a third-party hosting perspective.
Well, but it's going to run in the context of the process of the server itself, which has to write the save files out. So it wouldn't know any differently than that.
That makes sense. Galaf, I'm doing very, very well. We're just like working through some stuff here. So I'm thinking about like undoing all that garbage that we've just done. What do you think?
It feels like it was not the correct approach for this problem.
But good to know how it works.
Yeah, I think this is the right approach for when we wanted to do per mob damage modifiers. So it's not knowledge that's a waste of time to learn, but it's not, I don't think it's the right answer for what we're working on right now.
Right. Yeah. As a matter of fact, let's just get rid of that stuff. That can go right here. This can go too. Okay. So I think we're good now with no errors. Maybe. Unused import statements. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Okay. So on boot, we're gonna want to, I guess, so like initially, would I just set the JSON as like a config? Like include it with the mod? And how does that work in the IDE? Can I right click and create like new JSON?
I don't know where the data files would expect, where it would expect data files to be.
This
the
is
safest
plugins / my plugin / config.json. I do not know.
The safest implementation would be if the JSON file doesn't exist, then just initialize it to a known default value and then rewrite the JSON right then and there. That way you don't have to worry about bundling or packaging up a default one.
Okay. So write to a default value and then overwrite with actual values we want. To avoid packaging a .json with the mod. Okay, makes sense to me.
Plus, you'll also want to make sure that if the JSON, for whatever reason, gets damaged, right? Say it accidentally gets overwritten on Eclese during a file upload, you wouldn't want a bad JSON to crash the server.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you're going to want to... So in that case, again, right, you just say, well, it's the same as the file not existing. I will initialize to some sane defaults and then rewrite out a good configuration file.
Yeah. Galaf says that he's excited because his vacation starts this next Friday. A couple of road trips with the wife and the kid.
Jonathan
That's
Coke
awesome.
is firing a 10-second ping-pong ball volley.
JC! Right in the neck!
Fire.
God!
Fire.
This guy, he can only shoot me in the clavicle and in the neck. I swear to God. It's crazy. JC has always wanted to learn programming. Your aunt was an amazing programmer, he says. His aunt was an amazing programmer. And do you like ping pong balls? If so, have you seen this yet? Dirty son of a gun. And yes, Tim is a professional programmer. You're not in you're not in the trenches anymore. You're not in the trenches anymore.
Let's not throw that word around. Sadly, no. I've become the problem I'm management.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you're the Scrum Master now. They're the real problem, let's be honest. I was talking to Void the other day.
I'm not going to start a political war here.
Dude, I used to, so in my old IT business analyst job, I'd have to, I'd have to attend Scrum meetings because I'd say, this client, they can't mutate the data that we need them to get it to us in the format that we need. So we need to have like a preload mutator, basically, that puts it in the formats that we expect. And, I'd be talking with these developers who are doing this work, right? And I felt bad because they'd be like, oh, okay, well, that's like 78 fields of data. And like, to get us to do this and test it, make sure everything's a-okay, we're gonna need like, I don't know, probably like 80 hours like for the team, 80 team hours. And like the Scrum Master's always like, okay, so you say you can do it in 80. How about 40? It's like, wait, what? No, we just asked for 80. He's like, yeah, but how about 40? It's like whatever what they would ask for, he would basically give them half. So they just started asking for double of what they needed. So they got what they needed. So sad. It's like such a scam.
Yeah, the Scotty factor. It's always a good strategy.
Yeah. She wrote the first POS system that when you scanned an item at checkout, pulled it from stock and pulled the price from a database. Yeah, for alpha, beta, or wait, Vaughn's? Vaughn's, is that like a store?
Those are grocery chain. I grew up in Southern California, and I recognize both those names as grocery chains.
Got you. It was late 80s, early 90s. That's the supermarket sweep days. Let's see here. Okay, so basically we want to write this thing with some default values right out of the gate. All right, so it says here, reading a config file. We don't necessarily want to read it. We want to write it.
Well, you're going to need to do both. You're going to want to read it on boot, and then you're going to want to write it whenever the value has been changed.
And initially we want to write a default value though, right? So we're writing, that's the first step, is writing.
Well, the first step is reading. You want to read whatever the current config value is. But your error handling, and the error could be the file's not there, the file is not valid JSON, the value contains an out of range number, right? So if you load the JSON and it says, oh yeah, the value of this float is 400, right? You want to be able to say, okay, this is an error of some sort. And your error handler will be, I'm going to rewrite the file with good values.
Okay. Just looking at some examples of just like writing a JSON file. So that's Python though. Ew, Python. What languages do you work in?
I prefer Python for dynamic code, but I'm a Golang guy for static.
Golang,
type language.
Dude, I've never even seen Golang, literally. But I hear it's really, really fast. Okay.
Yeah, it works well. It doesn't consume a ton of memory. I'm very happy with it.
So, I mean, is this gonna work just like the way that it normally does? Like, we're gonna have like a write JSON file class. I mean, is there anything in here that gives us access to writing a JSON? Captain Clinton says, fellow Golang gopher. Nice. What's up, Captain Clinton? How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you and the fam are doing great, man. Laugh is gonna visit an organic winery at the Rio Grande. Dude, that sounds awesome. I'm not a wine guy, but if I were, that would be incredible. Regardless, I'm sure it's gonna be beautiful there. Okay. I don't freaking know. I've never done this before with this. Let's see. Is there any way to... I wonder.
I feel like you're on a great track here, and I don't want to dominate the time here and let you kind of continue to learn by doing. I'm happy to answer questions in chat and whatever else, but I'm actually going to go ahead and bow out now and let you explore this on your own, man.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your help. I really, really appreciate you, Tim, as always. Thanks so much, man.
Yeah, absolutely my pleasure. Take care, and thanks for letting me join.
Hey, you're very welcome. Thank you. Guys, put some hype in the chat for Tim. That was very kind of him to hop on the call and help guide me through this. Ultimately, it's not what we're looking for, but now we know at least what we're not looking for, which is a bonus. Hell yeah. Very kind of him, yeah. We love you, Tim. Tim's a rock star. Heck yeah. My thought is, if we're doing this on boot event, we should do it here. Right? Like, this should really be the thing. This should be where we're, you know, writing default values to a JSON and overriding with what we actually want and all of that. Thing is, I'm trying to think about this. So we have a, let's just say, a base JSON file that gets overwritten with, on boot, it would get overwritten with default values. So again, aren't we kind of back to square one? Just trying to think about this logically. File. Config file. What do we call this? Data file. File, data file equals new file. Can I just like try to set this up? And the path name is like plugins / hard commands / mydata.json. All right. So what's the problem here? No, we don't need that. Nice try though. So I just want to run this and see, does this actually generate? I guess that's a good first step. Like, will it throw a bunch of errors and be like, no, that's horrible. Why would you do this to me? Or will it actually work? Should happen right after a server booted, you idiot. Like, I like the self-deprecating code comments and debug messages. It's like, you're lucky you got this far, you idiot. This is step 3, you moron. You made it. If you made it this far, you did so by the grace of God. Or something like that. Welcome back, WeatherWolf. Okay. So, server booted, you idiot. The question is there anything, like, where would this, would this be in here somewhere? Or is this like in the server's
In the server's data. Hold on. Let me go check. So this should be like in the server stuff, right? Hold on. Card commands server plugins. I don't see anything in the folders here. There is simply a server plugins folder. Is the server up right now? It sure is. It should be on the Eccles server, if anywhere. Well, this server actually, this server deploys locally. So when I compile, it's a really nice tool that has been put together by these Hytale docs folks. But basically, when the code is compiled, it automatically dumps the plugin, the mod, into the mods folder of this local server, and then it starts the local server. So that's pretty sweet. So I'm doing all this testing locally on a dedicated local server. And I'm looking through the files of that server right now. And so far, I'm not finding anything. Like, our path name is plugins, card commands. Well, hold on a second. Maybe this is wrong because I've got just plugins and there's no, like, prefix here. You put another AI attempt in the Nerds channel? Hey, thank you. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay. Good Lord, man. Okay, that's a lot. It's JSON. So let's see here. The closest you could come to that is leaving a detailed and hilarious explanation of your coconut in one of your files, because you're actually developing for a company when you're doing development. Who thought I'd be developing in the financial sector? That's crazy. I am developing for a company too. It's called Cardinals Industries. Wait, explaining your coconut? Let's see here. Wow, a lot of code here for what I would think would be a very simple thing. Good Lord. hold on here. So, do we do this as a separate class? All together? Jesus. JC, what the hell, man? Just pooped a little bit. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Like algebra class? I don't like algebra class. Let's see here. Bro. In Java plugin, I tried to overwrite basic.json with another data before generating, but it's always generating an empty world, but I know the data works because if I put the data by hand, it works. Are you trying to write with Java IO to write the JSON file? Someone said I could write a JSON file to make my own commands. What? So the code in that first block said it would go in your plugin class. The load config method will read from the file and the save config writes it. The HAE just writes to JSON files. What is this? Pressing the buttons in HAE? Dynamic blocks, are they possible? Because blocks is JSON data. Yeah. Huh. Sorry, I'm just reading a bunch of stuff here, chat. Sorry for the long silence. Just trying to find something out there, like from the modders regarding JSON, and all of it's just kind of like, we did the JSON like outside of the game, outside of the game's code.
Huh. Yeah, it's like this is just a bunch of people that are using like JSON that they've already written it out. They're not like trying to do it dynamically. It works. It does make the program chug a little because OfficeScript does not like try catch and loops. Only a little. Bro. I wonder, hold on. I still got your AI example up here, Tim. Thank you for that, by the way. Huh. That's weird. There is this, Tim. Having a literal configuration file. And this shows you how to do it. I guess we could just use a, like, who cares what it's called as long as it stores the information, right? And this looks like they've got it set up so that, yeah, I think this might work, potentially. Maybe I will give this a whirl. Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, that's really all we need, right? I mean, granted, I don't, depending on how many mobs get spawned and how many mobs get killed, I mean, you could be adding and erasing data like at a rapid clip. So you got to think about it this way. If we're doing that thing where we're adding a map with the UUIDs, right? And you're doing the lookup. Right, this is for the global multiplier. Now, this will still get updated like once a minute, which is not too bad. But, I guess, that other UUID information, that map, we can store that somewhere else. There must be a place where we can store that. Again, it's just kind of like persistent server data that I don't necessarily want to write to a JSON file all the time, but this is great. So let's try this. Let's stop this. We're gonna get rid of that. Yo, Chernobyl and Chill with the 70-month
Resub. It has now been nearly 2 weeks since your birthday. How are you? Surgery? What? Wait, you had surgery today? Why am I just hearing about this? You're still a little loopy. Little loopy? Little loopy little gremlin. What's the worst that could happen? Glad that it went well. Very glad that it went well. I hope you're okay. I hope it's nothing too crazy. When people say they need surgery, I get very concerned. Your Arc Raiders playdate time. All right, take it easy, man. Hey, thank you very much for your assistance today, Tim. I really appreciate you, man. Put some hype in the chat. Hype. Really, really kind of you. And I think I'm gonna try to implement this and get this going. See if this will work. All right, let's get rid of this Java IO business. My pleasure. Thanks again for letting me join you in chat. Hey, no worries, man. It's my pleasure. I mean, seriously, you helped me out a lot. I appreciate it. You have explained many concepts to me. It's like having a private tutor. Between you and Voided, I'm gonna be a pro. Never. I'll be a semi-pro in 7 to 10 years. All right. You had abnormal cell results. This was a surgery to go in and get some more. Oh no. Oh no. I hope everything is okay. Let's see here. You'll know in about 2 weeks. Oh my lord. Chernobyl. No. I hate this. No. That's really terrible news. I'm sorry to hear, Chernobyl. It should be fine. I hope so. I really, really hope so. You know, I'm getting to that age, chat, where I have to start doing these things too. You know, I gotta start doing these things where we get screenings and stuff for cancers and all that kind of jazz. I scheduled a legitimate doctor's appointment. I had a. So you guys know, like, the dog bite thing happened, right? The dog bite happened. That's actually healing up pretty decent. I'm definitely gonna have this divot scar for like my life right here. It's actually like I can actually like, yeah, it's like a deep scar. I can like, or I can actually like put my finger in it a little bit. There's like so much flesh missing. It's not cozy. But I went to Quick Care and then it started looking real gnarly. And like I had a big bright red patch like this across the entirety of my wrist, and it was super itchy, and I thought that maybe I was developing some cellulitis at the site. So I actually went to an NP like at my doctor's office and saw him. And that was all good. And basically they're like, yeah, that looks like what we would expect at this point. And just keep an eye on it. If that red patch spreads any further, then definitely come back. So I just kept an eye on it. And it cleared up finally. So, and it's not like crazy itchy anymore, which is a bonus. Durian candy storage built into my arm. Ooh, look. Gummy snacks for later. Pain heals, chicks dig scars, glory lasts forever. Yes. So that was fun. So then I went back to the NP and had that whole thing, and now I have like an actual like doctor's visit for the first time in many years coming up in March. So that is coming up. And I'm sure the suggestion is going to be, you know, you're getting to that age where you should really consider that uncomfortable procedure that everybody loves. You know? And especially, like, given the news of today, poor James Vanderbeek, man, that's sad. That's just friggin' sad, bro. We gotta take care of ourselves. Dislike. Butt exam. Is that what the thumb's for? It fit. Congratulations, you passed the exam. What's up, Luna? How you doing? Colonoscopy is actually way less traumatic than you expected. Did they sedate you? Or did they knock you out? Oh yeah, I've heard the prep is terrible. The prep is terrible. Yeah. Oh, heck yeah. Top tier insurance. I was knocked out. Knocked the frick out. A scar is just proof you survived something. If it's something stupid, make up a cool version to tell around the campfire. Okay, cool. Second, by watching Twitch on your PlayStation, you haven't been feeling the greatest on top of having a sinus infection, bronchitis, stuck in bed and not feeling too great. Well, I hope that you will find some comfort in just chilling with us today, Princess Luna. But we're doing some pretty boring shit today, I'm not gonna lie. Like in terms of for the audience. And apologies, guys. I hate doing code on mainstream time, but I've got to get this stuff up and running, and I got to get it up and running real soon. So that said, let me turn it over to you guys, okay? I want to turn it over to you guys real quick about mobs that you would like to see. Like, mobs and, spawns and hordes that you would like to see. Okay? So if there is a certain thing that you think would be really funny, now keep flying eyeballs, flying eyeballs. Okay, I don't know that we have flying eyeballs, but I do know this. There are flying bees that are very annoying. Very, very annoying. And I actually want to make a horde of small bees, or whatever the hell they're called. Oh, the Void Eye is flying. That's right. And I could make several small ones, and then they would spawn in a bunch of normal-sized mobs. That would be annoying. Like a small little Void Eye that you have to chase down and try to get rid of. Make it super small. Make the Void Eye super duper small. So the problem with this eye, Tim, is the Void Eye, it summons other creatures, specifically void crawlers. So while it is around, it will be summoning additional creatures. So it's probably not okay to spam them, because that will just be insane. It will be like a crazy... you're going to learn Hytale modding just to make flying eyes. I mean, the thing is, like with block bench and stuff like that, I could add my own assets eventually. Sure. It could absolutely be a thing that I do eventually. Once I get like the basics out of the gate here. Rats, because it would be silly. Yeah. Okay. So how about I wanted a horde of small bees. One extremely small Void Eye. So it's like super hard to find him or to attack him, and you just keep summoning. One extremely small Void Eye with high HP. That'd be cool. So he's really annoying to fight, and he just keeps spawning in more mobs while you're trying to kill him. But you gotta, you know, he's got a lot of HP, so you just gotta keep at it. Let's see here. Okay, it's really playdate time. I gotta run. All right, Tim, thank you so much for your help again. Put some hype in the chat. Thanks again. I told the nurse once I'd rather get kicked in the nuts than drink that lemon prep crap again. Is it because of the flavor or what it did to you? Or both? Spider Pim. It oscillates between tiny and big. When tiny, it has a huge knockback, 1 damage. When it's big, it has no knockback, but big damage. Yeah, I don't know that I can change the mob's scale on the fly like that. I can do it at runtime when I create a mob, but I don't think that I can change it once it's set. I don't think, at least. You know, the Void Eyes don't just spawn in mobs. They also have a ranged attack that does quite a bit of damage. Ooh. Well, I like that even more now, Gregory. Thank you. That's excellent. All right. Bear Rodeo. Oh, you said a Horde of Rats. Horde of Rats. Do we make them fast? Small? I mean... let's see here. Just normal. Just a horde of rats. Just because it's fun. What else? What else is there out there? So you said bear rodeo. Bear rodeo? There are bears. There are indeed bears. I could make large bear with high HP. Like a mini boss type thing. Mini boss type mob. Skaven Raiding Party. It spawns a horde of rats that explode after a random number of attacks between 2 and 10. I can't do that type of complex stuff yet. We bought a zoo. 2 of each animal. So you just want like all the animals basically. Spawn all the animals. Who gives medium leather? Because I need some of that for you think. And you haven't gone into the next level for whatever the shadow weave stuff is. Got you. It's both with that medicine. It's so bad that you start almost puking back. Yeah, it's so I've had that once before when I was younger, and it's like it tastes ultra salty. Does it not? It's crazy. It's like ultra salty tasting. You almost made sense there. You almost did. I'm proud of you. Moose and big cats will drop medium leather. Got you. Oh, you know what else drops medium leather is boar. The big boars. They drop medium hide. I think the bears drop large hide. I'm pretty sure. I remember specifically that the boar will drop the medium hide because I got annoyed because I needed light hide and I killed the boar, one of the adult boar, and it dropped medium, and I was like, "You dirty son of a." So one of those hordes for the mats. Got you. You just want the mats, huh? Is that what it is? Shadow Weave. What drops Shadow Weave? What's that? Oh, Outlanders. Outlanders, mob, horde. Also, there was like an Outlanders boss thing, right? An Outlanders boss. And make that like a mini boss. Yeah, okay. Okay. You haven't made it that far. I mean, that's quite a few good ones. Do we have any other ideas? Now's the time to speak up. you have any interesting ideas. No? All right, well, if you don't, am I able to add AI to the mobs yet? I am not. No. Not yet. When you say AI, what specifically do you mean? Like, are you saying, like, spawn in things that will attack on your behalf? That kind of a thing? I definitely can't do that. Not yet. There's like this interactions thing, and there's like a roles thing. Frost Dragon has no AI. Yeah, that'll come in time. All in good time. Okay. What about the golems? So the golems are, yeah, I can spawn them. I even had a thing that I was planning to do where it was like all of the golems at once, but they were all kind of lackluster in terms of their attack, like algorithm, like whatever they use for AI. It's kind of lackluster. But I could do that potentially. Let's see here. Golems. HP plus. Because they're kind of weak. Like one of the golems has like 120 HP. I think some of them go up to like the 300s. Ember, yeah, Earth, Ember, Frost, Fire, Steel, and Sand. Sand Sworn are the ones that have been implemented. Yeah, there are a lot of them. Yeah, there's like 5 or 6. Don't forget the yeah, Fire Steel. Fire Steel. Sand Swept. There you go. I thought there was a water one too, but I might be wrong. I don't know. I just remember playing with them when I was like exploring the whole integration thing. All right, so let's get into this here, shall we? By the way, I want to say thanks very much for hanging out, chat. Here, have some of this. Thunder Golem, that was the one. Yeah. Okay. Let's hide paint. All right, so making a config class. To build a configuration file, you first need to create a class that will hold the configuration data. The class must have a builder codec defined for it. This codec is responsible for serializing and deserializing the configuration data to and from the config file. Keys added to the codec must be capitalized. If you don't, it will throw an error when loading in the configuration file. Interesting. Okay. So this is a totally separate class. So let's get into this. Oh, hello. Hey, bud. Hey, handsome. Did I get you? Did I get you? Oh. He says, no, you didn't. He just jumps up on the back of my chair and goes, meow, and then he jumps off. It's like, okay, thanks, bud. He's like, I still exist over here, in case you forgot. I did not forget.
Okay, hold on a second here. Go, yes. White or black wolves. Yeah, I mean, we do need like a wolf horde, right? That's like a wolf horde. Also, let's talk about like bosses. Like werewolf boss. What else is a boss, chat? The Outlander boss. I could make really annoyingly small and crazy damaging bee. That'd be really annoying. Like, this is the boss, and it's like, whoop. Like, this? This is the boss? This bee? It's like, yes, this is the Death Skeeto. Have all the big supporters pick an animal and make a horde out of those. I might be able to do that. Right now, I don't have a class that circles through different types of mobs yet. So right now, it just goes 5 of the same type. But yeah, that makes sense. Like wolf horde. So like we gotta spawn all the animals up here. Something with animals. We'll be doing something with that. Yeti? Is the Yeti a boss? Yeti. Okay. Yeti boss. Not Biss. Yeti Biss. Werewolf, Outlander, Yeti. What else is big? Oh yeah, Hedera. I use MS Paint for notes so that people can see easily. Oh yeah, the zombie aberrant. Zombie aberrant, right? Frost Dragon. Ember Wolf? Is the Ember Wolf a boss, though? Wraith. I don't think I know the Wraith. Wraith? I don't think I've seen that. Okay. Good to know. Other things that I'm looking to add. Enemy tints. Or glows. I have no idea if that's possible. Enemy tints or glows, nameplates. Safe zone. Yeah. Those would be real good. Can I add exploding stuff? Exploding behavior? That would be interesting. And then world manipulation. It's a lot, man. It's a lot of stuff. Especially when it goes like 13 hours for one tiny little parameter. Right? Goblin Duke. Okay, hold on. Goblin Duke. What else? The oh, the Cave Rex. Sure. Trork Chieftain. Okay, and the Scarak Broodmother. Those are all mini bosses in their area. Okay.
Thank you for that. There it is. Okay. All right. Well, that's what we're going to do, chat. We're going to try to get some of this stuff working over the next couple days. Back to RimWorld, says Gregory. Hey, enjoy, man. I hope you're having a good time with that.
Mega, if you're still out there, hi, bud. Good to see you. Okay. Super rough to get more colonists. It is. It really is. Okay. Let's get back into it. Here we go. Let's create a new class. Guess. You're getting so excited just thinking about all the things you'll need to store and check against, like safe zone volumes. Yeah. Right? It's a lot. Okay. So we've got some value, some string. Some value, some string, some value, some string. Setters for some value and some string. Unfortunately, there's no float here, but that's okay. We're just going to use this example. That's all set, actually. Next up, using the configuration file is done through the config.t class. You can create an instance of this class by providing the plugin instance, the codec of your configuration class, and the file name for the configuration file. In your project's Java plugin class, you should load the configuration file in the constructor of the plugin. If it is loaded after the setup is done, it will throw an error. You should also call save and config.t in the setup to ensure that the configuration file is created if it doesn't exist. Okay. So let's go back to this. Yes, extends Java plugin. And then we're gonna, this is used for my config save data. And this is, jeez, man, typing is hard. Private, final config, my config equals this dot with config, and it's my config myconfig.codec.
Jonathan Coke is firing a 10-second ping pong ball volley. Fire! 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 Fire!
One of those bounced off and almost went into my cup. Almost. Did you hear the ping? Ping.
Remember what I said about maybe not even being able to change the config from code? This also might also not be exactly what you need if the config editing is handled entirely through menus. Config editing handled through menus? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be? Question mark? So this is interesting. Let's see here. Private, final, config, my config, oh. Config equals this dot with config, my config, my config. Dude, can they make it any more confusing? Config, my config, config, this dot with config, my config, my config. Come on down to Mike and Figs. It's a new restaurant opening this Saturday on the corner of Main and First. Mike and Figs. Come check it out. Dude, that is just ridiculous. Okay, so now, let's see here. Because you'll need to change it programmatically as donations come in, but what if Hytale handles these values and your plugin is expected to only ever read what Hytale gives it? I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I guess. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I mean, that's some of what this is all about, right? Is just trying to see what will stick and what won't. So this is save for the for my config. Right? Perfect. Ensures the config file is created if it doesn't exist. And this is like at setup. Okay. Once this is done, you can access the configuration data in your plugin using the config instance variable. If you need to access it from other classes, you can either pass it as a parameter or create a getter method in your Java plugin class. You can then access and modify the configuration data using get method of the config.t class. Okay. So it looks like we can modify things. Again, this is some other class. So my config some other class. Public void some method. So would we do that from here? Example plugin, some other class. Wait, hold on. Plugin, huh?
Is this right? Some other class, huh? I don't know about this, bro. Hold on. Let me not do this at first. Jesus. Holy f JC. So what is this other method? We can access and modify the configuration data using get method of the config T class. This change will persist across server restarts. Happy Brown Pants Coding Day. Thank you. Thank you very much. Some other class. We're just gonna call it some other class. Let's just do this for now. Literally just gonna just to make it easy, we can refactor in a minute. Eh? What? Sticky keys. Excuse me? Get config. Plugin.getConfig. Create method get config. Oh, it's my config, maybe. Hold on. Plugin.getConfig. But it's actually in this, right? Let's see. This is so confusing. Example plugin. They want card commands because that's the actual plugin, or do they want the class that I created this thing in, the my config? Lone says card. Guess what? I don't know. You tell me. Can't resolve get config in card commands. Street lamps are done. That's crazy. That's crazy work. Let's change this to my config. Jesus.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
You did. What is this craziness? very much for the follow. Oh my God! JC! Good Lord. No problem. I saw Hytale on Head 2. Hey, well, thank you for that. We are neck deep in some modding stuff here. Basically, I'm building out some very specific Twitch integration for my channel and setting myself up for some fun for the future with chat. And chat's been awesome enough to hang out with us, or hang out with me, I should say, while I've been doing all this craziness. Maybe our new friend would like to see this intro. You know what? I think they would. You know what? Allow me to introduce myself.
Interests seek to divide humankind for their own nefarious purposes. Where political forces pit brother against brother in the name of social progress. Where friends betray each other over one divergent word or thought. One man seeks unity through a shared love of PC gaming. He raises his golden chalice, its brilliant radiance emanating far and wide. A beacon to all who would seek refuge from the ever-present insanity of social media. He stands against the tides of internet-based hostility and defiantly bellows, "No more." Having placed his stake in the ground, he now seeks to build a PC gaming community free of politics, trolls, and toxicity. Because you deserve a little slice of digital heaven right here on Earth. Devout PC gaming evangelist, blessed leader of the congregation, and savior of digital souls, his name is Cardinal Zin.
All right, well, welcome on in. Thanks again for the follow. Appreciate you. Look at Melissa dropping a sub on, I hope I say this right, Rinrik ATV? Or is it Rinrika TV? There's so many different ways you can say this. It's crazy. You let me know which one's right. We'll make sure we get it right from here on out. Rinny. All right, you got it, Rinny. Sounds good to me. Well, welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. So what we've been able to do so far is, well, why don't I just show you, assuming that this compiles. I'll show you what we've been able to do. How about that? Build failed. All right, well, let's see what's wrong. Git config plugin.getconfig.save. Where is this at? Some other class. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Can I just comment this out for now? Oh, hell no. That's not gonna go. Plugin.getconfig.
Jonathan Coke is firing a 10-second ping pong ball volley. Fire. Fire. Fire.
Dude, in the neck! In the freaking neck! It's crazy. It's crazy work. NPC plugin. No, see, this is the thing. I don't know, man. I think this information might be outdated and wrong. Surprising no one. Something's weird there. Why don't I don't another streamer did the ping pong balls and it was your favorite thing to do. It's chat's favorite thing to do too. I've got over here on my gaming scene. Right now I'm in just chatting because I'm coding. But in my gaming scene, when you do the ping pong balls, it actually shows a picture-in-picture from a secondary camera that shows like a better angle of my head so that they can shoot my head. Jerks. Nah, seriously, thanks, JC. Okay. Yeah, I don't get this.
some method, myconfig equals plugin.getConfig. This doesn't exist. This does not exist. Yeah, and it's only in this method. Maybe it's like plugin myconfig.get? Bro, I don't know. Int value myconfig get some value. myconfig equals plugin dot get config. Yeah, this does not exist. Hold on. And I'm not sure why. Oh my God. How dare you? This plugin equals a plugin. Sure, whatevs. Yeah, git config is not, it's just not a thing. I don't know what this is talking about. It's crazy. So it says myconfig. This is an object of myconfig is equal to plugin.getConfig. .get. And this clearly does not exist. But why? Create a getConfig method in card commands. Here's my config getters, get some value, get some string, get some value, get some, or set some string. Where's get config though? All, you know, overall. We never create that.
Maybe now? I don't... Maybe because this goes to card commands now, so... Yeah, man, this is F. This tutorial is bullshit! Example plugin. And that still is just nothing. I'm not sure. Okay, let me read this one more time. Once setup is done, you can access the configuration data in your plugin using the config instance variable. You need to access it from other classes. Okay. You can either pass it as a parameter or create a getter method in your Java plugin class. Okay, so my Java plugin class is here, right? Extends Java plugin. So I'd have to create the getter out here. Am I understanding that correctly? You can pass it as a parameter or create a getter method. Stuff up. I don't know if I'm doing this right at all. Will it blend? Build failed. Okay, so why? Why this time? Incompatible types. Cardcommands.java 30. Oh yeah. That'd do it. So now I can show you, Rinny, I don't know if you're still out there, but now I can actually show you what we've been working on. First thing is very important. I have to call myself an idiot. Server booted, you idiot. So we can, inside the game now, we can spawn an undead chicken and it will attack me and do normal damage. You'll see, oh, I'm not doing very good damage at all because my stuff's broken. Let's get a new sword, shall we? Okay, so they do regular damage, and then we can set it to make them do a lot of damage. So watch when they hit me. It's gonna be very close to death, if not death. Look at that. I got like 1 HP. I have like 1 HP there. Holy crap. Yo. My God. I was like, what the hell is that? It's bats. Just bats. It's probably fine. Sorry up. Okay. So we can do that. We can also scale it up. Right? Big chicken. Also still doing big damage. Big chicken does big damage. Okay. We can set that back to normal. Normal damage. So we can also do like moderately big damage and then do like let's see here. Let's do oh, my bad. Ten very big chickens. And there it is. Okay. So that's just an example of some of the stuff that we can do. We can spawn in multiples. We can spawn in, we can change their scale. We can change their damage, scale, damage, health, number, like quantity of them. We can do all of that now. What we're working on now is trying to be able to like load data, persistent data. So that's a fun thing. Can we give them an equip weapon feature? Ooh, that could be tough, Ember After Dark. For humanoids that might support it, like skeletons or trorks, probably. It's probably just a matter of like changing inventory or something. There are some pretty good examples. Do you mod yourself, Ember? Mosquito. Hey, Cardinals in. Why do you use plugin .getconfig.save? Why do I use it? I've been trying to get it to work. I've been trying to get that to work. And so far, it's been a bit of a bust, Mosquito. If you check this out. So down here, I have set this up. Like just a config.save, and I've got a myconfig file over here. This is just like a test file with literally just two values, an int and a string. Now, I don't know where the heck that is, or if it goes anywhere. There is a config.json. And that ain't it. That's for sure. Not recently. You're building a GitHub clone. That's pretty sweet. One day you will get back to game dev. Game dev, man. It's the best. Oh, hey, look, myconfig.json is there. Check it out. It actually did create the data. It did create the data. So, yeah, because right now it's like I open the folder and change a file, and then you open that folder again and save it. Where do you see that? Where did you see that? Oh my goodness. Drugs. That's me after I eat lasagna. Or I should say while I'm eating lasagna. Okay? Literally me. Let's see here. Right now it's like you open the folder and change a file, and then you open that folder again and save it. Yeah, because what I want to be able to do is essentially in spawn utils. Whoa! Spawn utils? Oh, maybe string utils? No, in the myconfig. Is this what you were talking about in here? Plugin.getconfig.save. Like, did I have this anywhere? Getconfig.save. Maybe did I just get rid of it? I'm trying a lot of weird shit right now. So it might have just been something that I was throwing at the wall. Because some of this stuff is beyond me as a programmer. Like some of the stuff that I'm doing, I don't understand what it means. Like I'm getting code snippets from other places and I'm trying things. And some things I understand, but not all. And again, I'm definitely building beyond my capability right now. Well, thank you for that. I'll now have nightmares again. Thank you, JC. Right? My bad, you removed it. Oh, yeah. I just... so what I'm trying to do is there was a... So after running the server, this actually created the my_config JSON. And it did actually drop... That's what the contents of that my_config.json are. And that's great. That's kind of what we want, but instead of some value, 12, some string, my default string, we want a float. And we want to call that global, what is it? Global entity damage modifier. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to do this. So, not that. So up here in the yellow box, up here, a person donates X dollars. For every $5 that they donate, enemy damage multiplier increases by 10%. And then 5 minutes after that, at the dono, you know, it's been at full strength for that 5 minutes, it will reduce by 1% every minute. And then if somebody does an additional donation, it adds to the existing multiplier. I'm not gonna have it do the resetting the clock bit, because I think that's gonna be way OP. And it's going to make for a very long and miserable stream for everybody involved. But because things are going to be harder, what I want to happen is this down here. While this is happening, this damage multiplier is happening, basically whatever the mob has for HP divided by 20 and ceilinged, we multiply that by the damage bonus. So for example, if a mob had 100 HP, this would be 5 times the damage bonus, which let's say it's 150%. So we'd get like 7.5%, or 7.5 rather, total. And that would be the amount of card coins that would drop off that mob. So if you fight harder things, you get more coins, basically. And then the idea is that you can use those card coins to buy really cool stuff that you can't get by any other means from an NPC in our church on the subserver. Right? I think that would be really cool. It would be a great way for you guys to be able to, you know, feel appreciated for dealing with all the shit that goes on with the integration as well. It wouldn't be, no longer would it be a, oh God, here we go again. Cards getting attacked and I'm going to be collateral damage. Instead, it becomes a, oh, this is a great opportunity for me to get card coins and get cool new gear, you know, by participating and going and fighting stuff. I think that's really cool. What is the iteration speed in Hytale? Like how long between writing code and testing code? I can show you. Check this out. Here, let's not close that actually. Let's just close it here. So I can do something right here. Like, let's see. I've got this on boot right here. You have PTSD from Java. I don't blame you. So right here, server booted. Ember After Dark, right? Save, close down the current running server. This is going to compile and run the server. So it compiles the jar, drops it in my mods folder, runs the server, and makes it so I can get in and get ready to play. And so you can see over here, I'm just going to show you that the server's up down here. Hytale server booted. Here's the little message that I just added to our code. Server booted, Ember After Dark. I reconnect, and boom, we're already in and ready to do testing. I died while I was AFK. It's that fast. It's pretty damn fast. I would say it's about 20 to 25 seconds iteration time. So if you know what you're doing and you're really in it, I don't. So like I took 1 semester of Java and I got a perfect score. And then I took a 2nd semester of Java, and a few weeks into the semester, my professor had a stroke, and it was a small community college, and they had nobody to replace her. And so they just refunded everybody. So, yeah. And again, I've not taken any other CS classes. That's it. That's literally it. So everything that I've learned is like on my own and, you know, through other people in the community and stuff like that. You're on your happy meds right now. Hey, have a great night, WeatherWolf. Feel better. I hope that heals up very soon. Ember says, nice, solid progress. Yeah, hey, thank you. Yeah, I'm starting to learn stuff. I'm starting to learn a little bit. And again, a lot of the stuff that I'm doing right now is just adding like commands that do things. I want to change this to daytime, so give me just 1 second here. There we go. Now you can see something. Okay, let's see. So, I don't know, did you see the demonstration that I showed off earlier, Ember, with the various mobs? So, we can do stuff like this where we can spawn in giant mobs, multiples. Eventually, I'll have multiple spawn points for them too, instead of them all just spawning on each other. But that literally can be whatever. Is there not a /NPC clean confirm? Is that what it is? NPC clean confirm. I think that's what it is. Did I not? NPC clean dash. Oh, it's confirm. Confirm. There we go. Confirm. All right. So they're gone now. So we can also change the damage too, which is pretty crazy. So I can make them do like 200 damage more. Like everything in the world now does 200 more damage. So I can spawn in like one of these and make it just enormous. Super mega chicken. Ah! Just like ridiculous, right? So that's just like a little taste of the things that I have achieved so far. And now what we're trying to do is take this information regarding the global entity damage boost, like the one that I just put in, which was plus 200 damage, and ensure that that is saved somewhere like on the server, basically, in the config, essentially. So that's what we're doing. That's what I'm trying to work through right now. So if we go back to the code, I've got this very goofy my config. Oh, Voided says about 5 to 10 seconds here. Are you doing it on a Mac, dude? Are you on your Mac? Or are you on your PC? I don't even know. Does this run on Mac? I don't think it does, right? I mean, it might. Yeah, they must have created some kind of hot module replacement or similar system. No way it's a full build. So yeah, hot swapping is definitely, or hot reloading is definitely a thing that you can do. And everything is very modularized and compartmentalized too. You know? That is nice. So basically I can write a default value to that configuration file now, but now I need to be able to get the values out of that and to, I guess more importantly, set them again. So I guess that's all done in this, right? This my config business. So hold on a second. So we've got getters and setters here, and we've got an int and a string. I really want to... I need to have a float. So it needs to be a float. So let's change this. Hopefully it will let us. Okay. And then down here is a float. Is this wrong? Cast this expression to a float. Float load. There we go. All right, so the key is some value. Let's call this global damage. Global entity damage modifier. Global entity damage modifier. All right, so global entity damage modifier. The key is up there. Global entity damage modifier. Let's do this as like a 1.0 F. String equals my default string. And then let's rerun this thing and see if our JSON updates appropriately. Then the thing is, I think because we have these getters, we can just use them from other... We should just be able to use them from other classes, right? This is where my general lack of CS knowledge is killing me. Let's see here. All right, so that booted. Let me just take a look at the... Here it is. myconfig.json. And check it out. This is what we got. Global entity damage modifier 1.0. Some string, my default string. Now, hold on a second. Now why was that? Some string is still my default string? Did I not save it after this? After I made this change? Some string, some string, some string. Some string, some string. Get some string, set some string. Okay. This should come across as this in the JSON, right? Huh. So it's still saying my default string. Where is it getting that value? Maybe it's out in the card commands? Not in here. We're not doing anything there. Okay. That ain't it. No. 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 Huh. Now, why would this not update? That's very interesting. Let me close this again. Some string. The key is some string. Codec.string. Okay. Config string value. Config.someString equals value. Config someString.add. Okay. This is like the same as above, just string instead of float. Here are the two things. Some string. I mean, is it because I mean, well, let's take a look, shall we? Let's see what happens. Also, I'm gonna have to get up here for a few more minutes, chat, or in a couple minutes, chat. I'm gonna have to get up for a few minutes. Stretch my legs and walk around for a moment. There, we got our Ember After Dark over there. Let's see, this config. So this is a test came through. We got this time. So now let's stop this. Get rid of that and break this up. This is a test. I just wonder if like this string, it's literally just expecting one word. For some reason, whatever that may be. Just reading docs. Hytale security model is interesting. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I feel like there's going to be some really terrible thing that happens with it. It's going to put a lot of people off of the game. Well, okay, finally it worked. That worked. Very good. You are the best. Well, let's put some other weird stuff in here, like commas. Because I did have a comma in my last string. Maybe that was why. So, yeah, that was it. That's why. So that's really weird. Can't have a comma, huh? Huh. Is it the comma or is it the exclamation point? Might need a slash before the comma. Yeah, it might have to like escape characters. All right, well, that one worked. Let's shut it down, and then let's do "you are the best" with commas, no spaces. Just trying to understand what the limitations are here and what the deal is. Bloody commas! Yeah, I mean, commas they can be rough. You know? It might be like literally doing like a CSV type thing, and so it's just, yeah. I think that's what's happening here. Let's try to escape them. Will that work? Illegal escape character in string literal. Illegal! Is it // What else can be used as an escape character? What was the original issue? It doesn't like commas. You're saying this? It does not like this either. Yeah, I might need // to get it through into the codec so that it can use a //. Well, that's what I thought too, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Actually, no. Oh, no errors, actually. Hold on. //. Yeah, okay. All right, let's try this. Hold on. Okay, what do we got? That didn't work either. Nope. Interesting. Huh. Maybe it's literally when it's... Shouldn't there be at least a space between the and best? Even if it's like totally... Even if it gets rid of all of this. At the very least, there should still be a space there, right? And I don't have that anywhere. Let me cancel that out. Get rid of the old configs. Save and run it one more time. Variable.replace all comma with spaces. Why? Why would I do this? Like, what if someone wanted to use a config for something like a server message of the day and it had commas? Yeah. Okay, well, this time, dude, this time, this is what I got. It literally took it all. It's like we can't have commas like that, but if you do it like this, it's okay. What? I don't understand. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. That is really weird. It's very strange, man. Very, very strange. And again, as soon as I do this, I get errors. Is it because I have so many? Well, now there's no errors. Okay, let's try. Very strange. I do not understand. The objective is to like figure out what the limitations of, you know, characters in this string are. Okay, that did it. It wrote the whole thing. U, comma, R, comma, the, comma, best, exclamation point. It did it that time. That's really weird, right? Is it because, I wonder, is it because maybe I didn't delete the config between restarts? Hold on, let's change this to totally, comma, new, comma, message, exclamation point. Let's see. You must have a race condition or something. Like every other test you do is deleting the config and then the next resets it. I'm manually resetting it. Like I'm manually deleting them in between sometimes. But this time I did not. This time I did not. So the config.json, it remains u, comma, r, comma, the, comma, best. There's a .back file that has been created. And when I open that one up, it is also u, comma, r, comma, the, comma, best. So whatever this is doing, it will not override whatever that value, these values are. If they already exist, it looks like it's not going to overwrite them. And that's going to be a problem. That's a problem. We need to, and again, this is for the default values. We might be able to, after the fact, set the string. Like using the setter in somewhere in here. Config.save ensures the config file is created if it doesn't exist. I think that's how we're getting the .backup files. But I wonder, can we do is that a thing? How do we do this? In this my config, I have a setter. How do I use the setter from another class? So this right here, it's public, right? So if I go in here, create a local variable, object, set global entity damage modifier. It's never assigned. Initialize equals null. Set global entity damage modifier equals, or it should be like a float. Float. No. That's sorry. This is a method. This is a method. So it had to be an object of that class. Isn't that what this is? Config? An object of that class? This is that config, my config, this dot with config, my config dot codec. Perfectly and totally normal and fine. Don't worry about it. It's just totally fine. That's not confusing at all. Deal with it. Yeah, so down here, it would be like config dot set global. Is that, will that work? Config dot set. No, I don't get any of those methods. Config dot get dot set. There it is. Okay. Is that a thing? Can we even do this? Hold on. Create method set global entity damage modifier in my config. That already exists. It already exists. Set global damage, set global entity damage modifier already exists. Set global entity damage modifier right here. It already exists. Can I do this? 5F? Will this be a thing? Can this be a thing? Apparently it can't be a thing. Remove the parameter from the method. No, because we definitely want to be able to pass a float through that so that we can set it to that float. A setter takes the as the parameter. Yeah, but still a problem. Oh, okay, there we go. It's just the ID hasn't caught up yet. There we go. Sorry. Dumb. I'm talking about passing in the value, and it's like right there to pass in. Like, yeah, just put it in the fucking parentheses card. So let's do this. Let's do 2.0. And I guess actually, hold on. Let's go over to our command where we actually do this. And we need to get that insane bullshit over here. Well, although this is private. Okay, hold on. I don't even know if I can do this over here, or if it's gonna yell at me and scream at me. With config. Does that exist in card commands? With config? So why can I do this here, but I can't do it there? Help me understand. I've got this, and I want access to this object inside this script. If it's private, you can't access it from outside the class without something that grants you access. So should I change the scope to public? Or better yet, hold on. I go change this one to public and then just refer to it. Bruh. Import static method. All of them. Let's just do all of them. And just bring them all in. Why not? When you say config my config, this is describing what type of variable something is to be. Right, like that's the object type. Config object my config object, right? And then that would be like config my config config up here. We're calling it config, which is, you know, then all this stuff, which is the name, my config, and then the my config.codec, right? So this is how this is all set up here. So I guess I could do, again, if I do that and I change this to public so that it can be accessed globally, can I then go in here and just drop this? And it says no, because this config is not it. So it'd be like, so config, hold on, my config, config equals, card commands dot config extract possible side effects, delete them. There's a lot of side effects there. Can I just get rid of this? This ain't it, bro. Right? That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. Make my config.set global entity damage modifier static. What? Okay. So where are you defining config again? Config is being defined. Where the heck is it? Oh, no, sorry. Up here in card commands. So in the base class. The public final config my config config. And then this dot with config with name my config, then my config.codec. And this is really what we're after, is this. Right? We're really after that. The information that is in it. Right? What I'm trying to do, if it makes sense, is I'm trying to get that information that is in the config over here and set a component or a piece of that config file, which is, so in here, my config, again, my config, down here, set global entity modifier. I want to use this. I want to use this method to set this float value to whatever has been passed through this command. Okay, cool. So add to this class public static. Okay, ignore what you said. Okay. So got it. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to use set global entity damage modifier method on the myconfig object, right? And pass through this, the past global entity damage modifier. This is the method I want to use. And this myconfig, that's just like the class, I guess. Right? So all I need to do is just set this value. And then once that's done, I assume that that's good to go. I mean, I don't know if it does anything with the myconfig, if you have to like save it again, so that it writes or whatever. I have no idea, man. I feel like I'm losing my mind, bro. It's crazy. Just make the set method static. Like inside my config. So this here, like public static void. Then I can't use this, right? Java's rigid. Java is very rigid. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take like 5 minutes, walk around, clear my head for a moment, try to think, and we're gonna come back and we're gonna do some more of this. But I'm also doing a giveaway while I'm gone. Here you go, and I will be back in a moment. Sit tight, friends. Thanks so much for your patience. Raffle tokens for everybody when I get back.
So you've decided to stick around while I went AFK. Brave and appreciated. Your time and attention are the gifts I cherish the most. While I'm away fulfilling those pesky basic human needs, let me take this opportunity to educate you about the Cardinal Zin stream. While you watch this stream on Twitch, every 5 minutes you are receiving card cash and raffle tokens. Card cash is used on Twitch to redeem sound effects, visual memes that take over the screen, and custom game interactions. Card cash never resets. Raffle tokens are used on Twitch to buy raffle tickets for raffled items. Every Friday, I raffle off at least 3 $10 Steam gift cards during the stream. At the end of Friday's stream, these tokens are reset to 0, so everyone has a good chance to win, even our new friends. For those looking to get as many chances to win as possible, be sure to show up at least a few minutes before the start of a stream and stick around through the stream credits for a nice fat raffle token bonus. If you ever want to check your virtual wallet, you can always check your balances using !BAL on Twitch to see how many card cash and raffle tokens you're currently holding. Yes, holding. It's especially important to do this when you have a lot of card cash or raffle tokens so that everyone knows just how amazing you are and how much more they would have to hoard to be equally as awesome as you. Now, you may have noticed, but this is a highly interactive stream where chat is allowed to murder me influence my games directly. We refer to this type of interactivity as Twitch integration, and it comes in a number of different flavors. I use cookie-cutter solutions like crowd control or chaos tricks, but also have custom-coded card commands for many games I play, including Conan Exiles, Minecraft, and Starfield. Crowd control and chaos tricks require Twitch bits and can be used to spawn monsters, give items, or set me on fire 13 times in a row until I want to cry blood into a pile of my own human ashes. Neat! Likewise, custom-coded card commands for games like Conan Exiles, Minecraft, and Starfield can also be triggered using bits in the Lumia panel, but can also be triggered using chat commands, assuming you have enough card tokens to trigger them. Lastly, card controls affect my screen and impact any game I play, but they also require card tokens to activate. Yes, that's right, there's a third point system on my channel, card tokens, and as a token of my appreciation for your continued attention, I'm now going to tell you how you can save big. So let's say you want to spawn that big nasty golem on me. Let's be honest, I probably deserve it, and you're about to cheer 500 bits through the Lumia panel to spawn the monster that will undoubtedly crush me into priest dust. Typically, those 500 bits would cost $7. So that's like a markup of 40%. Instead, by donating $5 at coffee.com/cardinalzin and entering only your Twitch username in the message, not username, field, the bot here will give you 500 card tokens. With card tokens now in hand, you can simply type a chat command to spawn that creature, just like you would with bits through the Lumia panel, only this time you aren't paying 40% more like a big chump. So cut out the middleman. Take your savings a step further and become a Cherubim or Seraphim Coffee member to receive 10% or 20% more card tokens respectively. At the Seraphim membership level, you've essentially turned $7 for 500 bits into $5 for 600 card tokens. So instead of paying 40% extra, you're now receiving 20% extra. It's a great value. And for those who do back the stream on Coffee, I thank you. It is your contributions that allow me to code fun things for you all. Seriously though, you have my gratitude. If you have any questions about this stuff, be sure to ask. The community is really awesome and will definitely light your path. Sometimes by setting you on fire directly. Convenient. Since I'm not back yet, please continue to enjoy this lovely music. Sit tight, and I'll return shortly. Thank you so much.
All right, I am back. Thanks so much for your patience, everybody. Congratulations to Kashi on the win. Here you go, buddy. $500 for you, sir. $250 for the rest of everybody, including yourself. All right, so when I left, we were trying to figure out how do we access this method. So first off, set global blah 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 is a void function. So you definitely don't want to set something equal to its result. Okay. I basically just wanted to run this. Like basically my idea is to take the parameter that is coming in for the damage command. Like let's say it's 2.0x. So it's a 2x modifier. That's what we pass in here and run this right here, so that the global entity damage modifier would be updated to that value. That was what I was hoping, but this shit. See the public void? That means no return value. Look at how you're using it in that other class. I don't even know where the hell it was at this point. In here. Okay. Got it. Yeah. So can we just run? So there would be no actual this equals to this. We just want to, if there's a way to just run it. As stupid as that sounds. Just run the, yeah, I don't know. It's essentially a fire and forget. Right, yeah, there's no return. That's what void means. There's no value that comes back to me. Right? So you can't like set something to this, because you're not getting anything back to set. Right? But can't I pass a value into this? Like when you, I guess, I mean, maybe not. I'm trying to think of like the very basic examples of functions and stuff, like adding this sum A and B, right? You pass in int A and int B and it returns a sum. What is in the parenthesis is what you're passing in, right? Right. This is what, exactly, I get that. This is what I want to pass into this function, so that this function will set that other stuff to 2.0f. So my question is, why can I not do this? But yeah, sum would be public float sum float. Because it would return a float. And this is void. It returns nothing. So it says here, once you've done your setup, you can access the configuration data in your plugin using the config instance variable. Let me try this. My config equals plugin dot. Yeah, this get config, that doesn't work. This is where it drops the ball here. This get config dot get, this does not work. What you had with the myconfig dot was correct, but only if myconfig is working out. I don't know what's going on there. Since global entity damage multiplier is an instance method of all members of the myconfig class. Okay. To access it directly from myconfig, you'll need to make it static. But since it's modifying the field of a specific instance, what you need is to make a static method in your cards command class, which contact config.set blah, blah to set the instance field of the config. Okay. So you're saying that I need to create the command actually needs to be somewhere in, or the method needs to be somewhere in here? Because config is in my config you want to edit. Because the instance is here because of this. Right? That's what it's saying. It's in this class. Attached to this class. Yes. Okay. So I would need to... Okay, so let's do this then. Let's try this. So how do we do this? We need to create a new method, a new function. That's just, it needs to be public because we need to access it from outside of this class. You said it needs to be static. I'm not sure, what does static mean, this keyword? Static means it's not a part of an instance, but part of the class itself. That means every instance of this class shares whatever you type after static. Got it. Okay. So public, static, and then this will be a... I don't know. I just call it set modifier for now. And we're passing through the config. I don't fucking know. Do I need it to return anything? Yeah, it needs to return the 5.0, right? Like it needs to return that this shit right here. I want to pass through this value, whatever this value is. And then I guess, hold on. In the my config, like this here is, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at. Like, I can understand what you're saying about, you know, it needs to be here because there's an instance within this class that we need to access. But beyond that, you've lost me. Yeah, the thing that's very confusing is that it says in another method you can do this. It says in some other here, let me share this with you. Look at this with me. Look at this with me. Go down to using the configuration and the text box with the code there, the code snippet. And help me make sense of this. By the way, that plugin.getconfig.get, the get config does not work. And I'm not sure why. If it's something that's deprecated or if it is, yeah, I have no idea. It says once the setup is done, in your project's Java plugin class, that is card commands here, you should load the configuration file in the constructor of the plugin. Okay, and I believe that we've done that here, right? That's what we've done. That's the public final config, my config, this dot with, holy shit, this with config, my config dot codec. Right? And then at override, the setup, which we have, we're doing this, right? This one though is protected. Over here, they want this, it's noted as public. I had to say, thunderstorms in RimWorld suck a lot. They sure do, man. Lots of fire. You've still been doing this like a functional programming file when this is object-oriented. You've tried to create everything as part of the card commands class. I mean, I guess I'm just trying to eke through it. I'm not like trying to jam it all in here. It can be in anything. You know, I made a whole separate class for, I literally called, I made a class called some other class and literally just dumped what was in that example into it, and it just doesn't work. And I just don't know, is it because this is protected? Is that the whole reason? Because it was protected and not public? You know, at least the game has a mercy, and after so much fire shows up, you get rain. You know, that's nice. Like, if I go here and I say, you know what? Okay, let's go into utils and go new Java class, and we're going to call this some other class. Here it is. Sure, we'll add it to Git. Why not? And then we take all this code and dump it in here. And we got problems all over the place. Example plugin. I'm assuming my plugin is card commands. So we're going to do that. Card commands, right? Example plugin again. Card commands again. Down here, plugin.getConfig, it just does not work. It says create the method in card commands. And then there's this, look at this gobbledygook craziness.
public or Gradle internal. What is all this? Apache? Crazy. Makes no sense. It says create a method, get some value in my config. Dude, get oh, that's right. Sorry, some value doesn't exist anymore because I changed it to this. Hold on. And that's great, but in order to get this, we need this to pan out, and it's just not. Plugin.getConfig.get is not working. And the real question is why? Why does this not work? This is the big mystery. What happens if I try it? It won't work. So when there are these 4 errors up here, it won't even compile. You can't do any testing. It will just crash. That means that get config needs to be an instance method of card commands. Get config, huh? Needs to be an instance method. And I'm not sure how that works. Just that. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Rather return this and not return config. So now over in some other class, that works. Set some value. That's set this. And it's 2.0 or 5.0f. Okay, sure. Okay, so let's take a look at what this really does. So we've created a method that gets the config, gets the current value in string. This is actually a float. This is a float. Right? The string, and then we're gonna update it. Okay. And then we're saving it back on there. But that only happens when we run this thing. You don't have an instance method. So I could call this... It was error because of the data type. Yeah, got you. So we can call this update config values, and we can expect it to include a float value and a string. Is that okay? And then this we don't need. We can just do this, I think, right? Values never, wait, hold on. Values never used. So we're passing in value. Hold on. I'm just
This is a get. Get. Do we have to get before we set? I guess we have to. And then over here, we want value and string. Or str, sorry. No? I'm receiving values into the function, then overriding them because I need to change this different initial value. Initial string.
I need to remove the gets entirely.
Except for this one, right? Because we need that to set this, right? Plug in. And then can I do a... Hold on. I want to do a logger. Now it's a float. Let's see here. How does this method work? Is that all right? This is like really dumb noob shit. What the hell, man? I'm just trying to print a float. But I don't know if I have to cast it to a string in order to do that. Yeah, can I just do that? Is that fine? Okay, great. All right, cool. That explains why I'm having such difficulty. Okay. All right, cool. I think maybe that works now. So now we need to call this when we do the command. And actually, I'm actually going to do this update. I'm going to comment this out so we can use this at a later juncture. But I'm actually going to... I'm going to create something different. Where it's a little bit more simple and it's just the one thing. So update... global entity damage modifier. And it's just the float. And then from over here, am I going to be able to do this? I have to do it that way? Can I do it that way? I don't... Is this our problem right here? I mean, we're not expecting anything back as long as it does this. As long as it does this setting, right? Like... I want to call this from over here. How to call a method from a different class. Java. Is it a static method? If I do static, do things break? Yes, because we need that damn plugin. He has a long ways to go, but he's getting there. Getting there. By there, crazy town. I need to spend about 40 hours a week doing like education projects. I think I should just take like a Java course. You believe the easiest patch here is to create a static accessor method that returns config. At about 2,000 hours in, things will click more. At 10,000 hours in, you'll be good. Perfect. Just 5 years. Just 5 years of my life at full time. Okay, so I have a class. I have a... How to call a public void method from a different class in Java. Is it even possible? Ensure it is public and static.
This is recommended for simplicity. If the method is non-static, you must create an instance of the class. So in card commands, public static my config, get config, return config. Well, it's just public right now. It's not public static. And again, I'm struggling. Static. Why? What's here? Fucking tell me, internet. What is the difference? What does the keyword static mean in Java? Please help me understand this concept. Okay. The static keyword in Java indicates that a member, a variable, method, block, or nested class belongs to the class itself rather than to any specific instance of the class. Okay. So static variables, also called class variables, are shared among all instances of a class. Only one copy exists regardless of how many objects are created. Okay, so it's like one global singleton type object that is for all the things, or an instance-based way, where it's like you're just printing copies of all these things, and they all have their own little individual properties. A class is a blueprint in a car, an instance of the car. Well, I get the difference between like a class and an instance. So static is just like everything is attached to the class, and there's no, like, you're not like printing copies of it that all have their own individual attributes that you can change. Right? So static means just that. There's one set of those members, and that is it. And they belong to the class. It will not be part of an instance. Static is things you can do with the class. Non-static are things you can do with an instance. Okay. You're going to main with a whiteboard. Let's go. Nerps is like, be right there. Professor Nerps, all this week on Twitch. Right. Static is things you can do with the class. Non-static are things you can do with an instance. Right. Multiple colors of markers. Perfect. You better come with at least 5 gold stars, though. Okay. So static methods can be called directly using the class name without creating an instance. This is not static, and therefore, you know, we couldn't do that, right? Every class actually has a single special instance of itself. That is where all the static methods live. Right, sure. That makes sense. It's like, I am the one version of this that exists. I am the class, and I have all of these member items, whatever they are. Whether they're methods, or at least if they're defined that way, right, as static. So you can have both static and non-static properties, right? Or methods. Depending on what you want to do with what you're trying to achieve, right? So since config is already a variable, you need something to access that variable of the class card commands. Since config is already a variable, you need something to access that variable. So you need to do something with the class, namely access the variable config. Right. And so we have this getConfig method that returns config that's in card commands. But can we call that from over here in this execute? Again, it's not static. Right. The signature currently shows it as an instance method. Everything should be in that thing that you showed us earlier. Is it? Hold on. Yeah, but it's not. It's, so, yes, but no. So, I need to, what I want to do is when this is executed, okay, when we run this execute method, which is when I pass the, like, the actual, command, I want to, at that point, whatever I've passed in for this global entity damage modifier, right? I want to save it to the config. Right? So we need to set this global entity modifier. Right? And then have the config save. So we can do this the right way and basically nuke all the code or patch it in with a static accessor. Well, I like the right way, but we got 30 minutes and a dream. And I am logging off today because tomorrow I have an early afternoon appointment. I am going to get my car inspected and an oil change. So, and I got to get up bright and early for that, which sucks. Change it to public static my config. Up here. No, the get config method. Hold on. This? Public static my config get config. Where is config defined? Up here.
public final config my config config equals this dot with config my config dot codec. It sounds like a crazy person. This is like the person who's like inside the jail cell who's like scribbling all the nonsensical bullshit on the walls. Like config my config dot this dot with config my config codec my config. It's just like, it sounds like a lunatic. Yo, Rinny, thank you very much. Thank you very much for sticking around. I appreciate the lurk, the hard lurk. Thank you. We're trying to work through some of this, but I'm really a noob. So, yeah. I'll tell you what, chat. This is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go back. I'm just gonna back this up for a second here. Okay. Well, let's just go back to this for a moment. Definitely a scope issue. You especially love the my config equals plugin.getconfig.get line. Just absolute insanity. Right. It's just craziness. And the thing is that get config, I've never been able to use that. So I don't know where that is or if that's because of the static versus non-static, but it's annoying as shit. All right. This is what I'm doing. I'm stopping. And you know what? I'm stopping early. I'm stopping early tonight. I started early. I'm stopping early. I was up until 7:30 last night. I can get some additional sleep. Okay. So I'm gonna stop. All right. We did a lot of good shit today though. Made some good progress. Between the end of last night's stream and today, you know, I've been able to add that global damage modifier. Yeah, it's time for off-stream programming. Yeah, it will be, maybe. I'm probably going to do some more. No, literally. For maybe some different stuff, I might try tackling some other things. You kind of get what you're going for. That final.get essentially creates a variable that lets you shorthand all the config values instead of having to say get every time. Time for off-stream sleeping. Yeah, that sounds good too. Okay. So here's the deal, man. Let's stop this. It's time to stop. All right. This is all good. All right, friends. Thank you very much for a wonderful night. I appreciate you. I'll be back tomorrow at sometime probably early in the afternoon, because once my car is inspected and I get, you know, the oil change, get it inspected and all that stuff, once that's done, my feeling is that I'm probably gonna come right back to the house and just like dig in, is probably what I'm gonna do. The problem is all this shorthand makes less sense to you because you don't build up from starting programming where you would realize what all the shorthand methods are doing. Yeah, and you know, my fundamentals that the little fundamentals that I had, those are like old news now. Like so old that I've forgotten a lot, you know, from when I literally did the Java courses in school. So yeah, static versus non-static is really hard to master. Well, I get it. Like I like, now that I've read it and you've said it, I've read it, I see it, like it's gelling. It's just like I get the premise. Like one is like these are class-based methods that affect only the, whatever you would like to call them, the parameters and methods of the actual class. The others are for instanced versions of that class, right? That's the difference, right? It's an instance, you're printing instances of that class and then doing things with it elsewhere. So yeah, I don't know. It's OOP, man. It's OOP is what it is. It's okay. I'll get it.
Static might as well be in another class in terms of accessibility. Yeah. All right. Guys, thanks for a great stream. I appreciate you all. I thank you very much. ATK, Nerps, Tim, Voided. Any other code contributors tonight? Thank you for those of you who helped. For those of you who threw some bits my way while I'm doing this code stuff, I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. JC, Chernobyl, House of Rage, SG Black Plague. You guys are awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Surya, thank you, thank you, thank you. It helps a great deal. You know, this is not the most entertaining content, but I got to get through some of this before I can get into my bots and instantiate all of this, all these commands, right? VP, I get no love. What do you mean? I said your name. What do you mean? Did you not hear it? Voided pigeon? Well, oh, I blanked it out. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so this is the deal. Nope, Notepad++ has an RCE. Bruh. Stick to MS Paint. Perfect. Not Notepad++, just Notepad. Sorry, RCE is remote code execution. Fix up. What is this? Remember when Windows added a new Notepad app with Copilot and forced the good old Notepad.exe to open the new app instead of itself, even if you didn't want to? Well, a new feature just dropped. Windows Notepad app remote code execution vulnerability. Wow, who could have seen this coming? It's crazy. That's craziness. All right, friends. Thank you again for a great stream. I look forward to getting this stuff into the actual friggin', you know, into the actual bots, having some cool commands, and playing the game. So, yeah, I did see the Ars Technica article about the secure boot certificates. They're expiring in the summer. And I know I am still on Windows 10. I am. Yep, it has to happen before then. I really don't want to go to Windows 11. And anybody says that Windows 11 is fine is a lunatic. It's not fine. It's such bad performance. Like, literally, when you right-click and you wait a full, like, 3 seconds before something pops up, that's not okay performance. Linux, here we come. Dude, I wish it could be Linux. Honestly, I am, like, dying for an alternative, a viable alternative to Windows. Like, SteamOS, come on, man. Let's go. You actually still don't understand something with static versus instance. How are they able to define config the way Card does in that class? It looks like something you'd have to do in a constructor. And there's an image here. So like public final config my config. So config my config object named config. This dot with config. Now CPO's invading us. Run! Okay, thanks again, everybody. I really appreciate you. You've been awesome. We're gonna go raid somebody cool. I'm not even gonna run credits tonight. I'm just gonna go, chat. I'm just gonna go. Let's see here. Let's do this.
Thanks again, everybody, for a great night. Have some raffle tokens, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Thanks very much, guys. Have a great night. It's time to raid now, so let's freaking go!